Buenos días a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Rio Grande Valley Gun Violence Prevention Forum. I also would like to welcome our attendees on the Zoom. We are having this event broadcasted to our page YouTube, to Facebook, and through the NHMA network. I should say NHMA goes for National Hispanic Medical Association. So thank you all for tuning in today, and extra thanks to the ones who made it down here to be with us, to support this cause. I'm Dr. Jaime Estrada. I'm the president and board chair of Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility. We are a group of medical professionals and advocates who feel strongly about stopping the epidemic of gun violence, which is devastating families and individuals across our state and the country. We consider gun violence a public health epidemic which can be prevented by educating gun owners and the public about safety measures aimed to restrict the access of firearms to children, adolescents, and individuals at risk of harming themselves and others in the family and in the community. We're going to talk about that today. Gun violence can also be prevented by asking our elected officials to sponsor and/or support common sense legislation, including but not limited to increasing the age of purchase of firearms from 18 to 21 years of age, strict background checks, and a cooling period of at least 40 hours for all firearm purchases. This event is a partnership with the state and Rio Grande Valley chapter of Moms Demand Action. Yes. Thank you guys for the invitation. And the Texas chapter of the National Hispanic Medical Association. The forum is possible due to the support of the Methodist Healthcare Ministries of South Texas, which are our title sponsor, the National Hispanic Medical Association, and Moms Demand Action through the national organization Every Town. So we're very thankful for their support. This morning, we are honored to host recognized gun violence prevention researchers and advocates, Ms. Rose Williams, Dr. Ruby Charak, Dr. Archie Bleyer, Dr. Carlos Palacio, gun violence survivor Marta Flores, and her family and friends. Our moderator will be the popular Rio Grande Telemundo News anchor, Ms. Juliet Botello, and State Representative Vikki Goodwin. Thanks for being here. She will give our closing remarks. The forum will be followed by a meet and greet reception with the State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who is going to be here later today. Okay? And lunch will be provided also. So now I'm honored to introduce Ms. Rebecca Obregon and Ms. Veronica Silva, who are leaders and representatives of the Rio Grande Valley chapter of Moms Demand Action.
Good morning. Just want to thank everyone for making your trip to the Valley. This is a cause that means a lot to us for prevention, of course. I am one of the leads with the Rio Grande Valley chapter of Moms Demand Action. We also have presented here today is Veronica Silva, who is our Be Smart lead. And we were very honored to have the working together with these organizations to bring this presentation to you today. And with, just to inform you of who's going to be monitoring, it's going to be Juliet Botello. She's a 4-time Lone Star Emmy Award winner, a news anchor and video journalist for Telemundo, NBC Universal, native of California but raised in Texas, For over 10 years, she has been passionate about helping out our community through storytelling, focusing on social issues that have a direct impact on the Rio Grande Valley community. And her stories have been locally and nationally televised. Today, her commitment to inform and hopefully inspire other young journalists continues. So please welcome Julia.
Good morning, buenos días a todos. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. I would like to thank everyone that is joining us today in such an important event. First of all, I would like to thank Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility and of course all the other organizations that have made today possible. I feel more than honored to be your moderator for today. So earlier during the week, I had the privilege of interviewing Dr. Jaime Estrada, and it was about this event. It was a story for our daily newscast, and one of the first things that I asked him was, well, what is the purpose of today's forum? And his answer was simple. He said to educate. And really, he is right, because education, I believe, is the key to prevention, and really not just on gun violence, but speaking on many other topics. And I know one way or another, maybe we have all been affected by it. Maybe we know a neighbor, a friend of a friend, or on the worst case scenario, a family member that has been impacted by gun violence. And whether it may have been by a tragic accident or a horrible crime, the pain and the suffering is the same of losing someone so close to you. So I am more than honored to be here today. And as it was mentioned before, I am a journalist, and sadly, gun violence incidents is something that we report on almost daily. So we see how much of an impact it has had in our country. And I think we are all here doing our part today, and hopefully we go home with that message. We learned something new today, and we can help play a better role in helping to create awareness in stopping gun violence. Así que pues quiero agradecer a todos los que están hoy aquí presentes, a los que nos están viendo virtualmente también. Estamos aquí para hablar de un tema bien importante, que es crear conciencia acerca de la violencia de armas, algo que nos ha impactado, a lo mejor no personalmente, pero a un amigo o familiar. Y entonces estamos aquí para aprender, porque la educación, como lo dijo el doctor Estrada, pues es la clave para la prevención. So without further ado, I will introduce today's first speaker, Rose Williams. She is the Executive Director, Operations Manager at Big Mama Safe House, a nonprofit boots-on-the-ground organization. They focus on ending gun violence within the Black and the Brown communities. And she also works at the Institute for Trauma-Informed Care at University Health in San Antonio. Rose spends quality work time to bring awareness to trauma-informed care and its approaches by engaging with organizations that hold community outreach events and brings partners together to help build self-healing communities. Rose began her career as a community health worker at only 18 years ago, in which she served as a bridge to bring outreach, education, counseling, and social advocacy to her community to improve the community's health and well-being. On her personal time, Rose is very passionate about volunteerism, and she's particularly devoted to keeping youth engaged by providing peer support with very important life skills. Rose is a native San Antonian. She has 3 grown children, and she's very dedicated to spending time in her church and community doing important advocacy work. So please welcome to the stage, Rose Williams.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Awesome. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, Dr. Estrada, for inviting me. I am very grateful, and honored to be here. Before I start, I do want to put a disclaimer out there. Today we are talking about some sensitive topics, stories. So I do want to just confirm that this is a safe space, that you practice self-care. So if anyone, we don't want to re-trigger or re-traumatize. So we do ask that if you feel uncomfortable, to please step away. So please take care of yourselves. All right, let's get started. I don't know if the slide deck is up yet or not. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about Be Smart. So Be Smart is a program that was developed by Everytown for gun safety. How many have heard of Be Smart? A few hands up in the air. Okay, great. Okay, so we all have a commonality here, right? Let's see, let me see if I know how to do this. There we go. So the commonality is here we are. We all want our kids to grow up happy and healthy. We have the right to make responsible decisions on how to protect our families, our homes, and our communities, including whether or not to have a gun in our home. Even if we prevent even one child gun injury or death, it is our responsibility to do so. So again, Be Smart, it is a program to bring together all adults concerned about kids, guns, and safety. So it's a heartbreaking fact that in the US, firearms are the leading cause of death for children. This is a public health crisis, just like Dr. Estrada stated earlier. More than 1,800 children under the age of 18 are killed with guns every year, an average of 5 children every day. So when children are killed with guns, the majority of those deaths, 54%, are homicides. That's 1,000 children per year. Additionally, nearly 700 children die by firearm suicide each year, and 100 are unintentionally shot and killed. So we're here today collaboratively to talk about how we can prevent tragedies like this. So looking at this slide, I'm going to talk a few things about data. A shocking 4.6 million children in the US live in a household with at least one loaded unlocked gun. So you see school shootings and mass shootings, those typically make headlines, but what about those that go unreported? Almost all child unintentional shootings, deaths occur in the home. And the Secret Service found that 3/4 of school shooters acquired their firearm from the home of a parent or a close relative. So I know this can be a pretty emotional issue, and we come from different walks of life. But many of you may be parents, some may be grandparents, some of you may be gun owners or non-gun owners, but the commonality here is our children. So let's talk about the American problem. So we see the headlines, nationwide in the news every day, but I'm going to talk specifically about these 4 situations in San Antonio. I am from San Antonio, so I'm going to speak from that perspective, not to discount here, but this is what we know. So let's start with KSAT 12, the 11-year-old that was playing with a gun. This 11-year-old was at his house with 4 of his friends, and they found his dad's gun in the drawer. His dad thought that it was not loaded. And so the 11-year-old took out the gun, playing around, and ended up shooting himself in the head. He didn't make it. If we go to Brennan High School, which is a local high school, a 17-year-old was arrested for his role in a shooting that forced a lockdown of Brennan High School in San Antonio. He and another male were shooting at each other blocks away from the high school. And so that created that lockdown. What did that mean? That traumatized the students. It traumatized the whole community. And then the 12-year-old girl that was at a party, a house party, after 2:30 a.m. in the morning. It was a drive-by shooting, and she was hit, and she was pronounced dead on arrival. So the 7-year-old from Salado Elementary School, the only Black student, African-American student at that school, had been bullied. And 4 days before Christmas, his parents found him in their room. He committed suicide with his parents' handgun. So this is what we're talking about, the American problem. So how do we prevent tragedies like this? Well, we can start by taking action in our homes and our communities. I also want to put out a call to action for legislation. Your council people, let's talk about that. It's election time is coming up. Of course, they're all going to be around, right? But where are they when it's not election time? So even if you don't have a gun in your home, or if you do or you don't, but you're already practicing secure gun storage, that's great. But what do we do now? So together, we're going to talk about this, the Be Smart framework. Securing your guns in homes and vehicles. We know the law now, right? You can carry a firearm without any problem. 13 million households with children contain at least one gun, and the majority of the children in gun-owning households actually know where that gun is stored. So what do I mean by securing guns? What I mean is that guns should always be securely stored, not putting up in the closet way up high in a box hidden. That is not secured, right? Hiding a gun is not securing a gun. Here are a few lock boxes that I want to show you all. I know in San Antonio, we have the Bexar County Coalition that we're partners with, and also working at the University Hospital, we do have gun locks that we offer for free. So I recommend reaching out to your council people for funding. It's out there. And so we hand out gun locks. We do have gun locks up front with Be Smart table, but these are a few gun locks, the full-size gun safe, your lock box, your vehicle gun safe. And here's another illustration. These are your trigger locks and your cable locks that are also available. And I believe we have some tip sheets available too if you're interested. So model responsible behavior. So every law-abiding adult has the right to decide whether or not to have a gun in the home. That's not the topic today. We're not against firearms, but we're specifically talking about safety for our children. We can't rely on curious children, our kids, not to find that gun. Kids know where their parents store their guns, and more than 1/3 reported handling their parents' guns without the knowledge, without them even knowing. Nearly 1/4 of parents did not know that their children had handled the gun in their house. So it's our responsibility to be smart. Ask about unsecured guns in other homes. You know, when you used to have your children that went to spend the night with a friend or even family, you would, talk about the allergies, and you have cats, or, do you have the car seat, the appropriate car seat? Now our safety conversation has to be, do you have a firearm, and is it secured? That's the days and times that we're in now. So that's why we need to ask, making it a part of your general safety conversation. And we have tip sheets too. Be Smart has a website. If you're not comfortable with that, there are some recommendations. Here's a Be Smart campaign, and it kind of shows about asking about the gun, your firearm in the home. That should be as natural as asking about any other safety issue. If it seems awkward at first, try just making it a part of your general safety conversation. Even if you try with an email or maybe a text. And then recognize. So, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, right? And a lot of folks are out there talking about 988, the crisis lifeline, but also we want to recognize that the role of guns in suicide. So as our children get older, you may need to consider taking another look at your storage methods. If you've been using a simple cable lock, you may want to think about getting a gun safe. We all know how curious children can be, but as they get older and resourceful, we need to act accordingly. 90% of suicide attempts with a gun result in death, a much higher fatality rate than any other means of self-harm. So the National Youth Survey conducted by the CDC showed that 20% of high school students had seriously considered attempting suicide within the last year. One study showed that 41% of adolescents and gun-owning households report having easy access to the guns in their home. As we discussed earlier, research shows that secure firearm storage is associated with a decreased risk of child firearm suicide. So let's talk about ACEs. How many know what ACEs is? Adverse childhood experiences. I know a lot of clinicians do, but we want to talk to that community member, that advocate. We teach this at the Institute for Trauma-Informed Care. ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. I love this flyer. This is open to, if you Google this, you can find it. I have this in my office because I want to be reminded of why I do what I do, right? So if you look at it, ACEs, if you look at the number 1, where the tree is at, the household. So we're talking about the incarcerated family member, divorce, homelessness, emotional and sexual abuse. These are all the things that are going on today, right? Even more so. And then if you look at the root, the community, the historical trauma, the discrimination, poor housing quality and affordability. Then we move over to the environment, record heat, droughts, earthquake, pandemics. So you look at all these three realms of ACEs, and all of these coming together, that creates toxic stress. So if we leave that unaddressed, toxic stress can harm our communities, our children, our organizations, our systems, and ourselves. So we have the ability, we're here today to talk about that. And this is one of the resources, is advocating, raising awareness, talking about Be Smart, handing out gun locks, talking to that councilman or that official. We've got to put them to action. Research has shown that there are many ways to reduce and heal from toxic stress, and to be able to be healed, build self-healing communities. So take a look at this, powerful. All right, so how many of you all have gone through trauma-informed care training, certification? Great, awesome. So I want to talk about the 4 R's of trauma-informed. Being trauma-informed really is just realizing that widespread impact of trauma. I think we're going to hear it later on with our story. But we want to recognize, we want to realize the impact of trauma. We want to be compassionate about that, and we want to understand the potential paths for recovery. We also want to recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma in your patients, but also with your families. I know we had an incident. I've been at University Health for 11 years, but there was one day where a patient, he came into the exam room, and the wife came as well. And the nurse was taking care of him, and she noticed that the wife was acting very strange. So she called her team. She said, "Hey, listen, I'm taking care of Mr. So-and-so. Can you kind of keep an eye on what's going on with her?" Sure. So they all came in, and when they assessed her, she was having a stroke. So we want to recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma, because you're talking about secondary stress, vicarious stress. So we want to take care of the family, right? Everybody involved, including ourselves. We want to start with ourselves first. We do such great work. We want to do self-care. We want to practice that first so that we're able to help others. So we want to recognize that. And then we want to respond with our trauma-informed care language, knowledge about trauma, putting those into policies, procedures, and practices. And then we want to seek to actively resist re-traumatization. What does re-traumatization mean? I'm glad you asked. So means again, right? So recognizing those pain points, growing up in a domestic violence home, we weren't, always asked, going to school, why were the police at your house on Friday night again? So that re-triggered some things, right? So we want to recognize that. How do we become creative and not ask that patient over and over again, why are you here today? What's going on today? And when we trigger those pain points, how do we be creative in our own line of work to not be able to re-traumatize that patient or that family member? So tell everyone to be smart. Your voice and all of your voices here are critical. How will you commit to that today? And that's what I want you to ask your councilman. We go to a lot of Big Mama Safe House. I'm going to talk about that. We advocate, we do prevention, intervention, but we also advocate. That's important, an important piece. We take moms as a big support factor of Big Mama Safe House, but we want to share the message. So consider that, sharing the message. Maybe you want to volunteer for Be Smart. Well, there's a table out front, and today's the day. So, we ask you to just consider that. Tell everyone to be smart. And here's a picture of Big Mama Safe House. This is some of our youth during the summer. That is the actual safe house. Our address is 214 Bluebonnet Street. We are on the east side of San Antonio, right in the middle, in the center of our underserved population. Help is not on the way, it is here. That's Benny Price's quote. He is the CEO of Big Mama Safe House. If you look up Benny Price, you will know why the whole vision of this thing once you see that. And also, the question that I want to leave today is, what do you know about CVI, the Community Violence Intervention Model? How many know what that is? Very few. Okay. So the CVI model is an intervention model, community violence intervention. That's an approach that uses evidence-informed strategies to reduce violence through tailored community center initiatives. It's led by the community, not by politicians and not by police officers. So these strategies engage individuals and groups to prevent and disrupt cycles of violence, retaliation, and establish relationships between individuals and community assets to deliver services that save lives, address trauma, provide opportunity, and improve the physical, social, and economic of our neighborhood. So look that up. Look up CVI. There's two important programs. There's hospital-based violence interruption, which is the HFIP, which I know that University Health is very much involved. And SAMC or BAMC is another level 1 trauma center. The military hospital is also involved with our HFIPs. And then the street outreach violence interruption. And so at Big Mama Safe House, that's the model that we utilize. These are the wraparound services that we do offer in our community. And we want to, we always talk about the emergency housing assistance program that we have partnered with the city of San Antonio. We have a food pantry, a hygiene, Benny Price and their violence interrupters, or they're called credible messengers. Look that up. Look up Cure Violence. Those are the ones that are out in the community. They know the community. They know their cousins, Big Mama, Dia, their Tio, and they mediate. And they bring the assistance, the VOCA. We assist with victims of crime assistance. In our community, there's still people that do not know how to read. They don't know how to read, how to write. They don't have Wi-Fi. They don't have a laptop. So how do you help those? We've got some great, huge organizations, but how do you get to them if you can't? So that's why we're right in the middle where we can go to them. Workforce development, we've got a computer lab. We've got after-school services that they can come to our safe house, feel safe, and be able to do their homework without, going home where there may be a lot of toxic stress, a lot of fighting. There's no peace. And then our gun locks, we do hand out gun locks. Our mentoring, which we do as well with our youth, our mental first aid, and free notary services. You've got some folks that are going through legal battles, or maybe they're going to court. The system already gives them all these recommendations and consequences. They got to pay fees, they got to show up. But we want to be able to offer free notary services, free services, so that we want them to succeed. So here are some of our resources with the National Prevention Suicide, the 988. Of course, you all are pretty much well aware of that. That's a crisis lifeline. I've actually had some of our youth use that, and it has been life-saving. 988. It's a suicide, but it's also a crisis lifeline. And then the Trevor Project. So please take a picture of this, make note of it. And here is some contact info. I am not the Be Smart lead. I am simply a volunteer. But if you'd like more information, please take a note of these contacts: your state Be Smart lead and your local Be Smart lead in San Antonio, Texas. And also text SMART to 644-33 to learn how you can help. Thank you all. That's my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Rose. I have several questions for you that I would like for you to come up here and answer for us, please. I'm sure our audience as well would like to ask you a few questions, but that we're going to do towards the end of the presentations. Can we have you over here? So are these microphones? Can you do a little mic check there?
Check. Microphone. Check. Good.
Rose, during your presentation, you really focused a lot about gun safety at home for us that are parents and that we have children, right? Where can families obtain free gun locks and safe storage units?
Thank you for asking. So if you go to Gun Safety for Bear, if you Google that, we have several distribution centers in San Antonio. And then also, if you're interested in having a distribution center here, whether it's your organization, faith-based, a hospital, please reach out to the Gun Safety for Bear. I know that Veronica said they also have gun locks here as well, locally, at the hospital. What hospital? South Texas Health System in McAllen. So you can obtain your free gun lock, but also get your organization involved. Our church in San Antonio is involved. They offer gun locks as well and resources. Having those resources and gun locks available would make a huge impact in your community.
Bien, voy a mencionar un poquito en español, en resumen, lo que mencionaste, Rose. Ella dice que para aquellos padres pues, que tienen armas en sus hogares para mantenerlos seguros y alejados de los niños, a veces pueden encontrar estos safe storage units o unidades donde podemos poner esas armas con candado. A veces las encuentran gratuitamente en la comunidad, preguntando en hospitales o incluso en las iglesias. Entonces, es cuestión de educarnos y preguntar con organizaciones locales. Now, Rose, you also mentioned that over 1,000 kids unfortunately die because of gun violence per year. And I have interviewed several surgeons during the past months, and they have mentioned that in the emergency rooms, and they see a lot of children that are injured by guns, and sadly these numbers keep on increasing. Now, speaking about hospitals, Rose, can you tell us, how do you think that hospitals can be more involved?
Thank you for asking. So educating your patients when you round, educating your clinicians and your doctors, but also establishing a HVIP, a hospital violence intervention program in your hospital. I don't know if it's a level 1 trauma center here. It is? Okay. And so I know at University Health, they are so awesome. They have an injury prevention department, and that's required because it's a level 1 trauma center. However, even if it's a level 2 or 3, because of gun violence, the prevalence of it, there should be a hospital violence intervention program set up in your hospital. That's a start, educating, also establishing gun locks, and also a department where they can come and talk about, the issues mentally, physically, and socially as well.
Rose, and let's say, for example, that I have a firearm for self-defense at home. What happens in the event that I need to access this gun quickly in case of an...
Sometimes get, pushback. Well, I don't need a gun lock, because I want to be able to get to it right away if someone breaks in. And so, we like those concerns, because that gives us the opportunity to talk about our biometric gun locks. Safe storage boxes. So what does biometric means? It means that all you have to do with your finger is just touch on it and it opens up and your firearm is readily available. So we have the answer to that. Sometimes we'll get, when we have our events, someone that, they just don't want to come close to a firearm of any sort. But we also ask, that's not for me. I'm not interested. But what about that neighbor? What about that family member? There's someone that we all know, right? And so it's important to talk about the biometric safe gun lock boxes.
Now, Rose, we know that under Texas law, if a minor has access to a readily dischargeable firearm, a person, a parent in most cases, can be held criminally liable, facing criminal charges. What are the top 3 things that you, Rose, would advise to parents who have guns in the home? What should they do in order to keep their children safe and prevent gun violence?
Thank you. Talk to your children, have an open door, sit with them at dinner, or whether go to an activity that they like to do, but communicate with your child, talk to your children, raise awareness about it in your community. Those neighborhood association meetings. I have a tendency to find them and visit them, even though I'm not part of the neighborhood. But everybody needs to know about that, especially our children. They love activities, so bring in activity with that education piece as well.
Something you mentioned during your presentation, Rose, was ACEs, Adverse Childhood and Community Experiences. And you also mentioned how important it is to recognize trauma and how it impacts not only the victims, but the families as well. If one of our family members, Rose, is experiencing some of this adverse childhood and community experiences, what can other family members or close friends do to help them out?
I want to talk about the 3 E's. And what that means is when you're dealing with a family member or maybe a community member, the 3 E's is always remember this. Their experience is not the same as yours, based on the event and the effects. And I say that because looking out at a family that had both mom and dad, 3 kids, they went through a lot of domestic violence. The oldest had a lot of issues with trust, hypervigilant, risky behavior. And the youngest thrived. They were in the same household. But again, the oldest didn't have those supportive factors, protective factors like the youngest did. Even though they live in the same house, and I may be talking about you live in the same house with your siblings, but you're all very different because of your 3 E's, the experience, the event, and the effect. So we want to respond in a trauma-informed care way based on those adverse childhood experiences.
And last question from my part, Rose. Unfortunately, we keep on reporting on these incidents on gun violence in the news. How can members of all of the community get more involved to help reduce these statistics?
Get involved in your community, whether it's your hospital, whether it's your family. There's a lot of organizations that we partner with. Big Mama Safe House is not the only one. We've got University Health, we've got UT that bring a program called Frontura de Salud. So we bring out our elders. We want to think about our older adults, that have been impacted by trauma, by gun violence that they don't even know, right? So also bringing out different partners, talking, going to events like this. We're so thankful for this event today, but just raising awareness in general.
Thank you very much, Rose Williams. Please, everybody, a round of applause for Rose. Now, before you leave the stage, Rose, one more time, I think we would like to have members of the audience have a few questions for you. Tienen preguntas para ti seguramente, entonces vamos a darles la oportunidad de hacerlo, si estás de acuerdo, ¿sí? Okay, so does anyone from the audience want to ask Rose a question? And we'll give you a microphone. Just a second.
Hello. Rose, thank you for your presentation. That was very illustrated and interesting to see all these different aspects of gun violence. I'd like to ask you about, what we are seeing in schools. We're seeing more and more incidents where 6, 7-year-olds are bringing guns to schools, and in a few cases shoot either teachers or their classmates. What kind of recommendations would you have for a situation like that?
I'm glad you asked that. So next week, we're going to be we've been invited by a few elementary schools. Parents are very concerned about that. So we've been invited to come out and do the Be Smart presentation and coming and handing out gun locks. So what I recommend, first of all, is find that meet and greet teacher night. There's some groundwork, right? We can't just call the school, because a lot of times schools are like, well, that's not a problem here. Or, we're really focused on testing or this and that. But find that meet and greet teacher night. Ask if you can table the resources. And that's how we started. We started with getting to know when that meet and greet teacher night is, the PTA meetings, getting involved, and just really being present, talking about what you have to offer. So that's how we got in. We got in by the parents. The parents asked. They said, hey, we were here at the meet and greet teacher night, and there was a lady here from Big Mama Safe House that was handing out gun locks, talking about gun violence. Can we have them to come out and do a presentation? So get in those tight spaces, be present in those meetings, and that way you are able to really just affect the parents. I hope that answered your question.
Do we have anyone else that would like to ask Rose a question? Any hands? In Spanish or English? ¿Hablas español, Rose? Un poquito. Qué bueno que pregunte. Okay, well, I have one more question for you, Rose. You spoke about Big Mama Safe House, right? And you did mention that they focus on Black and Brown communities. Do you think that this community has higher incidence of gun violence reports?
Absolutely. And it's proven. If you go out to the CDC or if you look at your data from every town, they have a lot of great data. Our underserved population, our stigma, especially in the mental health. I don't know about you all, but we grew up with, counseling, seeing a therapist. I can tell you what's wrong with you, right? And so the stigma that we have to still break and talk about, raising awareness about that. But absolutely, we grew up with it in our neighborhoods. We were told also, don't talk to the police, don't trust them. Was that right? No, but that's how we were raised. And so breaking a lot of the stigma, raising awareness, and also talking about it, our within our families. But yes, absolutely, we have the data to prove that.
And now, do you think that after the pandemic, these incidents increased, with the lockdowns, lots of people were having maybe more mental health issues, maybe more suicides, right? Do you think that all of that happened around the world impacted gun violence incidents?
Absolutely. Because of the fact that the socialization skills weren't there, that's part of Big Mama Safe House. We bring our youth. We have so many events with our youth because we want to bring them out of those spaces, right? They've gotten comfortable with not socializing, not coming out of their rooms, dedicated to those games, right? But we talk a lot about those skills and how to bring them together because of that, especially our youth that are going through so much, not knowing who to talk to. Maybe mom and dad are busy working, or they're just not available. So who do they talk to? And we have group therapy sessions. Like today, we have one today at 11 with a trauma-informed care clinician that brings out our youth. We feed them. They love to eat. So we bring fun things, but we also need to talk about the root of the problem as well.
And going back to the topic of families, of parents, how can we talk to children about guns, about the dangers of guns, not only in the home, but like in schools, for example, with so many incidents we see happening here in our country, right? What's the best way to tell a young child, not the dangers of guns themselves, but like if they use them the wrong way, or how to stay safe, how not to touch them if they're at the home, if they're locked away. Should we tell them that they're there or not? Or how do we approach that?
Absolutely. You want to start with bringing a gun safety class. We do have them in San Antonio. I don't know if they have them here, but they have one for kids. They also have them at your gun ranges. It's a requirement sometimes to take that gun safety training class. And we also have them for kids as well.
Thank you very much, Rose. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I do want to say this. There is not one solution to the problem of firearm violence because there's not one cause and not one story, right? That one story of firearm injury and death. But what can change is our perception of these injuries and death. We do recognize this as a public health crisis and a challenge. And we can also address it through appropriate regulation, education, and safety practices. So I want to challenge you. I always like to do a call to action. I want to challenge you in your own way to raise awareness, to be the voice, even if it's just starting in your family. And if you have a platform in a hospital, utilize that for the good of the people. We are for the people, and especially our children. That's our first priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Before you leave the stage, is there a contact information you would like to share, email,
Sure. Yes.
phone number of organization? One more
So if you go to Facebook and you look up Big Mama Safe House, that's where you can find us. We try to make it as easy as possible. Like I stated earlier, some people, they can't, that's all they have. And then we have our website, bigmshouse.com. Look that up as well. And you can always find me at the Institute for Trauma Informed Care at University Health. I'm on that website at the institutetic.com. Thank you all.
Rose Williams, everyone. Thank you. Up next, we have another speaker, Dr. Ruby Charak. She is right there. Dr. Ruby Charak received her PhD in clinical and developmental psychology in Amsterdam, the Netherlands in 2015. She was a postdoctoral scholar and data manager in the Department of Psychology at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And now in 2016, Dr. Charak joined the UTRGV faculty. She's an associate professor and director of the UTRGV Adversities in Childhood and Trauma Studies ACT Lab. Today, she joins us with Marta Flores-Rangel, a survivor and also member of RGV Friends and Family of Murdered Children. So please welcome to the stage, Dr. Ruby Charak.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And Martha's right there. Martha. How do I pull up my slides? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to you all this morning. I know it's a Saturday morning. We are busy, but we are here because we believe in this cause. As mentioned, I am an associate professor of psychology at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. And I got attracted towards this work on gun culture and violence by means of a student. So she came up and she told me, and now I know the facts, that during the COVID times, or the peak of the COVID times, 2020, 2022, can you hear me? Okay, 2020, 2022, nearly 60 million Americans in the United States bought a firearm. And out of them, 15 million for the first time in their life bought a firearm. And as psychologists and the ones who work in behavioral science, we do know that the presence of a firearm close to you, in your premises, in your garage, in your house, leads to increase in aggression. Presence of a firearm increases in your premises again, leads to an increased risk of death by suicide. Presence of a firearm in your premises leads to an increase in risk of accidental death in young children. And the leading reason then when we ask people, why do you have a gun or own a gun, is protection and safety. And it's understandable in the current environment, right? So it's protection and safety, that's number one. But for us as psychologists and behavioral scientists, it's a conundrum. We are looking for safety, but it leads to death by suicide, aggression, and a plethora of other mental health problems, right? With that, I start my presentation, and I would be talking and focusing on, first I'll briefly talk about some data that we collected from college students, young adults, 18 to 29, from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I'll basically define trauma. I'll talk briefly about the impact on survivors, families, and communities, and also professionals who deal with these incidents on a daily basis. How do we have these conversations with family? I'll focus on children. How do we have these difficult conversations with children? And a glimpse of trauma-focused evidence-based practices that are out there, freely available. So when my student Vanessa came up to me, I have permission to share her first name. When she comes up to me and she says, "Hey, doctor, I wanna study gun culture," and I'm like, "Vanessa, I work on trauma. Tell me, how do I guide your thesis here?" And she says, gun culture, gun violence, traumatic stress reactions. Bingo, I'll guide you. I'll supervise your thesis, right? And I'm like, "Tell me more about it." And she says, "Hearsay, I know it's in the Rio Grande Valley." I'm like, "Stats don't really show that." But then she says, "I know it. It's hearsay. I see it. I live it every day." And when we collected the survey data from self-reported from students, nearly 1,800 students from UTRGV, we found that, yes, nearly 30% of them said they were gun owners, or they were, if not gun owners, they were living in premises that a gun was present of any kind. And many of that 30%, they already had multiple guns, but most likely they were going to use, or they would prefer to use, these type of guns. So 68% said handgun, revolver, 21% long gun, and 11% automatic or a semi-automatic weapon if need be. So I tell Vanessa, 30%. That's the national stats, 30 to 45% of gun ownership. What's special about this region? Like, what are you trying to get to me? Tell me more about it. And she's like, hang on, in her very, very nice and polite manner, she tells the professor, hang on, tame down your professor ego. I'm going to show you something, right? It's going to open your eyes. And through what we found in our survey data was, if you can see here on the slides, on both on my left and my right, the orange lines are the ones who said that they did not have a gun in their household or in the garage. The blues are the one who said that they had a gun. So they endorse that, yes, we have a gun, or we are in premises where there's a presence of gun. I wonder if I can use the cursor. Do you see the cursor? Then no. Okay. If you see the first, we wanted to ask them, what are their attitudes towards gun? Are they favorable? Are they condoning the presence of gun ownership? What do they think about it? And the first point that you see on the extreme left, you would see, we asked them, would you feel more powerful if you're carrying a gun? The ones who owned a gun, 52% said, yes, I feel more powerful. The ones who did not own a gun said, yes. 70%, 71% said, yes, I will feel powerful if I had a gun, right? Similar patterns were found for if we asked, would you feel more independent if you owned a gun? 60% of those who owned a gun said, yes, I feel powerful or independent. 78% who did not own a gun said, if I had a gun, I would feel more independent. Similarly, when we talked about would you feel more in control, those who owned a gun, watch this, those who owned a gun, 36% said that they felt more in control. Those who did not own a gun, nearly 62% said they would feel in control, right? Coming down to the dip there, where we talk about more training, would you engage in some self-defense courses or trainings of how to use a gun? Those who owned a gun, 12% said, yes, I'm interested. 27% who did not own a gun said, no. They said, yes, only 27 said, yes, I'm interested. The others were not interested in taking any training while using a weapon, right? And lastly, about the rights to own a firearm, 17% of those who owned a gun said that yes, it is a right, and 40% of those who did not own a gun said that yes, it is a right. To summarize this slide, what's happening is those who owned a gun are endorsing independence, control, being in control, feeling powerful, but the ones who did not own a gun also felt that. In fact, higher percentages felt that. By this, and of course, along with many other factors, we can kind of conclude or envision that the ones who are the orange or the ones who are not owning a gun are likely to own a gun, right? But the vicious cycle is that the ones who are owning a gun were not feeling safe as well. And the cycle goes on. right? Okay. The ones who were owning a gun were also feeling unsafe. So yes, there are not many endorsed that they were safe. Let me give you the exact control. 36%, 36.3%. Okay? So the cycle goes on. I will now move to defining what trauma is, because that's the reason I'm here, and how gun culture, gun violence can lead to traumatic stress reactions. So what is trauma? Trauma is a response. It's just our reaction, our human reaction to any adverse event, including gun-related events that are horrific and life-threatening. And it has a negative effect on one's well-being. It can be physical well-being, social well-being, emotional, psychological, interpersonal, spiritual, overall well-being, right? Now, oftentimes people think of, trauma as something that it's happened to someone. You've witnessed it, it's happened to you in person. There has to be blood and gory details and so on and so forth. There's something known as vicarious trauma, which all of us have been exposed to. We vicariously also hear of these traumatic events through media, right? Or we hear of it hearsay. Somebody tells us about it. There was a shooting. There was a homicide in the neighborhood, right? So it affects all of us in some ways or the other. But how does it affect us? And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but this is how it is. It impacts families, communities, neighborhoods, and professionals. And I'll discuss some of the symptoms because one size doesn't fit everyone. So there are a plethora of symptoms that are out there, but just to emphasize, even if you're a professional who's working day in and day out with victim survivors of gun-related violence, gun-related incidents, you are at risk of secondary traumatic stress, which is very similar to symptoms of post-traumatic stress and depression, right? So it does affect you as well. And the impact is so much that there are research that shows that children who were living 5 to 6 blocks of the radius where a gun violence incident happened were more likely to have, there was an increase in visitation to ER by them related to mental health. Similar research in adults have shown an increase in use of antidepressants when gun violence has taken place and it's within a radius of 5 miles around you. So increase in antidepressants, meaning that you're having some mental health, you're facing some mental health challenges, right? So briefly to discuss about what kind of symptoms that people do face. Now again, it's like I said, trauma is a reaction. All of us have different reactions to any stimulus or any kind of trauma. But broadly speaking, I'm going to enumerate some symptoms that come up. Again, remember, there's no one model that fits everyone, right? So if you are a professional working with individuals who have experienced gun violence or gun-related incidents, you will see different kind of symptoms come up. So for example, there could be one person could have experiences or like flashbacks of the traumatic event, right? If a homicide has happened, thinking of what happened, the gun violence that happened, it could be in your dreams, right? In children, children have nightmares, but they usually can't associate it with the traumatic event. They won't be able to say, oh, this happened because example, mama died, right? So they can't associate. So children, the symptomatologies are different. Next being avoidance, and we often see this, and I've heard of it so many times, where just as an example, if a couple has lost, they have had a loss in terms of death of a homicide of their loved one, it could be that one person wants to talk about it, but there could be people who do not want to talk about it. That avoidance of all the reminders of anything related to that event, they don't want to talk about it, right? So what happens there is that it's not that the emotional pain goes away. There's a bottling up of the emotions, and the emotional pain remains. Now that's problematic because that emotional pain, to avoid that, people can self-medicate, right? Use prescription drugs, okay? Illicit drugs, alcohol, leading to substance use problems, right? This also causes a lot of interpersonal problems where one family member is ready to emotionally process the traumatic event and the other is not, right? There's a dissonance between people or family members. Some of the symptoms can be changes in mood, how you think, and your thoughts. When a very tragic, traumatic event happens and there's death, you can start to internalize it. You can start to, blame yourself. You can start to blame the world, right? You blame yourself, the world, their chances of feeling helplessness, hopelessness. People also have, you can see marked, diminishing of interest that they liked. Also positive emotions. People feel scared that I should not be expressing any positive emotion. Henceforth, my life is gone. I should not be smiling. I cannot experience happiness. I feel guilty of feeling happiness or smiling, right? So these are some of the negative thoughts and moods that can take place if one experiences a very tragic, traumatic event. Another broad symptom is to do with, you can see that the behavior can change. A calm, quiet person, or even a child, a calm, quiet child, suddenly is very disruptive. You're getting these, messages from the principal or complaints from the teacher. Something's wrong with this kid. Is running away, is there's truancy, is getting too aggressive in class, is not talking properly, is lashing out, right? That can happen to adults as well. So irritable behavior, reckless behavior, which includes alcohol use, sexual behavior, risky sexual behavior, can be some things. Startled responses, they get scared really easily, right? And there are problems of concentration and sleep disturbances. And because there are such an array of responses that we have to traumatic events, there's a cascading effect. These post-traumatic stress reactions can then lead to a number of other problems. If one is not sleeping properly, if one is in a constant state of worry, it leads to physical problems, right? You can also engage in emotional coping by overeating, undereating, so obesity, diabetes. Many of these physical problems, cardiovascular diseases is proven. Stress from the traumatic events, cardiovascular diseases. Then as I mentioned, the self-medication, any kind of post-traumatic stress, if not dealt with, if not processed properly emotionally, can lead to substance use problem. That very substance use problem can lead to interpersonal problems, domestic violence, right? Aggression, and just breaking of the social fabric or the family fabric, right? And then, of course, if you're not able to process that grief, or you haven't gone through the bereavement process, it can lead to traumatic grief, which is very similar to all these symptoms and symptoms of depression as well. The next question that we always as psychologists get is, okay, I'm strong. A person comes up to us, I'm strong, I've gone through this, but how do I talk about this to my family? In specific, children, they're young. How do I talk to them about it? Chances are your child knows about it. If there's a mass shooting that's happened or a homicide that's happened, chances are your child knows about it. Through the grapevine, through friends, through peers, through teachers, through social media, right? So start the conversation. Do not feel scared to start the conversation. Ask the child, and I'm specifically focusing on children and adolescents, ask the child what they already know. Like I said, they've heard it through the grapevine. But that grapevine would give them a lot of maybe inaccurate information. You gently correct that information, right? Encourage your child to ask questions, because the child is mostly worried about, is it going to reoccur? Is it going to happen to us, right? Is that person going to come back and kill and shoot us down? Is that going to happen? They're scared about the reoccurrence. Talk to your child about it. Encourage them to ask them questions. Children do not always ask questions at one spot, one time. They can come back next day and ask you more questions. Allow them to do that. Be prepared for that, right? sorry to all the media personals here, but you have to limit media during this time, right? And not just televisions and reading material, but also social media. It is an evolving story, especially when you're talking about mass shootings or even homicides that make it to the news, right? It's usually to do with, it's an evolving story. It can have triggers for the child and the family. So limit media, viewing of the media. And multiple times, many different informations are being given across different media, which can be true, not be true, because it is an evolving story. So it's better to limit that media. There is research that shows that media exposure during those times, like the Boston bombing and 9/11, they led to a lot of post-traumatic stress years after the event, right? Especially in children, identify common reactions. Common reactions could be a toilet-trained child starts to bedwet suddenly, or soil himself or herself or themselves, right? It could be that they wake up crying because they had a nightmare. They can't associate, like I mentioned, they don't associate with the traumatic event, but they just cry, get up screaming and shouting. They wake up in a sweat. Identify these, reactions that happen. Anything that's is out of the odds. And if you need professional help, please seek professional help. The next is to be a positive role model as well. And by positive role model, I do not mean that you have to be smiling and laughing and hiding the pain or emotional pain that one is going through as a family. A positive role model is also someone who catharts, who says, it's okay to cry. It's a sad moment for us. We've lost a loved one. There has been a death of a loved one, right? Mama's gonna cry. It's okay, but as a family, we will get through it. We will feel bad, we will feel angry, but it's okay, we will get through it, right? And of course, be patient with the child. Like I said, the young ones, they'll keep repeating the same thing. So you just gotta be patient. I guess as parents, anyways, you have to be patient, right? And seek help, seek professional help if it gets worse. You do not have to do everything by yourself. Coming to some of the last slides, often I'm also asked, how do I talk to my child about death in general and also traumatic or tragic deaths? Well, again, there's no one size that fits all about bereavement and grief. People grieve and differently, and there's no set like, okay, you grieve for 6 months, 1 year. It's different for everyone, right? Also know that children grieve. They can experience a loss or the void of a death when the death of a loved one happens. Be truthful. Often people, and I know it comes from a good place, from families where it's like, oh, this person has gone away. They'll come back in 6 months. Don't worry, let's get on, let's go to school, let's do this. That's not a good way to cope with it or tell them, because the child says, how long? When are they coming back? You said they're coming back. Then now, or you say, oh, don't ask me, no, we'll talk about it later. That silence or not talking about it tells the child that it has something wrong that they've asked. And you should not be asking that. It can internalize guilt. The child can say, maybe I did something wrong. I don't know, maybe I'm responsible for that person going away. Okay? Give short, direct, and honest answers. And sometimes clients ask you, what do you mean by these short, direct answers? Passing away, has gone away. No, the person has died. The person is dead. If the child understands that concept, well and good. Otherwise, you also have to sometimes explain the concept of life and death, right? Children are resilient. They hear it. Also, I would give you a little thing. It's also age appropriate, and you see how ready is the child. You don't, by direct answers and honest answers, I don't mean you have to describe the gory event that happened. No, the person is dead, was shot and killed, and is no longer with us, is dead, right? Listen to their feelings and help them label. And even when in development of a child, we talk about it, like how we should teach children how to label their emotions. In such incidences, there could be feelings of sadness and anger. As adults, we face it when we have a tragic event. Children also face it. They might not be able to label it. Mama, why am I feeling so angry and I don't know, and then suddenly crying, I don't feel well, I don't feel like eating, I don't feel like going to the playground. What's happening? They could be experiencing sadness and anger. You help them label it, right? Anger is a normal emotion. Expression of anger, outburst, going and killing someone is not okay. Ask them what they would like to know. They sometimes want details, sometimes they want limited amount of details. Let them know, the main thing is let them know that they can come back to you for questions. Let them know that you're there to talk to them at any time. Model healthy coping behavior. Again, I said that doesn't mean that you put on a pretense and you start to, just laugh and just not talk about it. Healthy coping is going through all the emotions. Practice patience with yourself as well. It's tough as the caregiver who's trying to be strong for your children or your family. It's tough. So be compassionate to yourself as well. Don't be afraid to say you do not have the answer. Don't concoct answers. Don't be afraid to tell the child and the family, I do not have an answer. Maybe we can ask the pastor, the priest. Maybe we can ask your psychologist. Maybe we can ask your principal and teacher what safety measures they have. We can ask them, right? So we, tell them you don't know. And last slide, I won't take more time, then it's Martha. Just generally, there are a lot of resources out there, of trauma-informed care. Something that organizations and institutions can do is train in psychological first aid. It is not a therapy. These are just strategies to help the people or your employees or your students or your children who are there with you. These are just steps that you need to take so that people feel safe, connected, and the well-being cannot be, thriving then, but you're on your way of resilience and well-being. There are a bunch of trauma and focused therapies that we have been trained in. So if things get worse, there are traumatic stress reactions for many days, over a month, post-traumatic stress disorder, seek professional help. People do ask me because there's so much, a plethora of information out there, if something happens, such a traumatic event happens, what resource do I look at? What scientific evidence do I look at on how to talk to my child? What should I do? How should I help my adolescent? Go to the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. It compiles scientific information that has been published, peer-reviewed, published in academic journals, so it's scientifically based. And there they are very quick in answering questions and putting up, steps that one can take in any kind of traumatic event, natural disaster, road vehicle accidents, assaults, and gun violence. Well, with that, I end my presentation. That's my email. I'm Ruby Charak at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Thank you for listening. Martha?
Good morning. Buenos días. My name is Martha. I'm a mom. I'm a family homicide survivor advocate. I'm the mother of Teresa Socorro Rangel. My daughter was murdered October 25th of 2013. How did this affect me? Since day one, and it's still affecting me every single day. When I got the call, I thought I was dreaming. It became a nightmare. I couldn't believe it. I got the call and they told me, can you come to her apartment? Something happened to Teresa, but they didn't even want to tell me. Earlier that day, me and Jolisa's dad were talking to her on the phone, and we were telling her to come to my house because we were outside and she didn't want to come. So when I got that call, I don't know how long it took, but I got there. By the time I got there, I saw so many red lights, and then I saw that yellow crime strip. It hurted me more because they wouldn't let me cross. And I had to tell the law enforcement that I was a mother and I needed to know what happened to my daughter. My daughter lived in an apartment. I was not even near my apartment. I was on the other side, and I heard Jolisa's dad from far away said, "Not my Jolisa." Finally, an officer investigator, he let me cross. They came to me, an investigator, and they said, "Is your daughter Jolisa?" And I said, "Yes." I said, "Can you tell me what happened?" And the investigator I saw, and to this day, I see his face. He was white, pale. And I go, "Can you please tell me what happened to my daughter?" And he wouldn't tell me. I said, "Is she dead?" And he said, "Yes." A lot of us homicide victim survivors, we show different emotions. I froze. I felt like a zombie. My world turned around. Since that day, I was never the same again. Then, with sadness, another investigator comes and they show me a picture of my daughter, Jolisa, for I could identify her. And I told her, "Yes, that is my daughter, Jolisa." The investigator told me, "She doesn't look like her." And I said, "Because my daughter, Jolisa, if you see her pictures, she was a little Miss Tushy, Miss Sassy. So she would do different hairstyles, different makeup. She was a happy young lady. She left a little boy behind, my grandson. We call him Bambino. When the first time I went to go see the sonogram, and she wanted me with her, and they told us he was going to be a boy, I said, "He's going to be a Bambino." So he was named AKA even before he was born, Bambino. My daughter, my grandson was 2.5 then. She was a good mom. She worked at DHR. She had barely gotten out of work. She got there to her apartment, and by the time I knew, I got the call. A lot of us victims, and I have some survivors here with me too. Some don't want to speak about our tragedy because we get judgmental. We are the victims are forgotten, and our loved ones that are murdered they're being judged. One time they told me, "Well, she was at the wrong time at the wrong place." My daughter was murdered at her apartment. So some people tell us, "Well, God wanted her." And I said, no, somebody chose to take her life. So there was 3 criminals, right? We have videos, 3 criminals, we call them cowards, because the coward definition is they do the crime and they run. They couldn't go into my daughter's apartment, and what they did is they shot through the door, and one bullet instantly hit her heart. It was so sad. It devastated me. It didn't even affect only me. It affected my family and her siblings and my grandson. He is left without a mom. Today, my grandson is 12.5. He's growing without a mom. Yes, he has so much love and support. He's being raised by his dad and the other grandma, right? And I'm very blessed for that. I think of Jolisa every single day. As the tragedy goes, we all wear a mask. People ask us, some of us don't want to laugh, don't want to smile, or sometimes we think, right, they're going to be judging us. We wear a mask because inside we are broken. I'm an advocate. I help other loved ones, not only moms, I support also siblings because it affects them. We call it a grief like no other because it's a broken chain, it's a family chain. In every family, it affects 10 family members plus as we go on. A lot of people, I say communities, they say, well, you're already, it's gonna be 10 years this year. Yeah, déjala, ya no le llores. And I said, that's my daughter. If you were in my shoes, and I wish I would never see nobody in my shoes or in our organization. I didn't choose to be here. They chose for me. Now I'm choosing to do better and educate out there. I want to thank you all for coming out of town to be with us to support. And Veronica, Rebecca, Leon, Archie, Demand Action, that, with the support, educate, we get a lot of support in different organizations, but most of the time, they're not here. They work so hard. We invited so many professionals, so many in the community, and we don't see, them here support. It doesn't have to happen to them. We need to make a difference. And I say we are making a difference. I'm from a nonprofit organization, the Rio Grande Valley Friends of Murdered Children, and it triggers. We say it triggers because every time we hear a tragedy, a loved one that's hurt, not only by homicide, but different drunk driving, stabbing, strangulation, child abuse, domestic violence, it affects us. I remember one time, I don't know if you all remember that they were holding up on McAllen at the mall, the jewelry store. I was shopping, right? And I lost it. I actually went to the corner and my family had me on the phone and my cholistas that had me on the phone because I didn't know what happened, where was going. And that's when I started learning. And my daughter Melissa and Mr. Garcia from the organization said, it triggers you. It's going to continue to trigger you. As days go by, we're at the funeral home. What I remember, Mr. Garcia and Ms. Rosie, they came to me. I didn't want to talk to nobody. And as time goes by, they told me the truth. And that's why I say, you tell the truth to the victims. You tell them that it's not going to be easy. They told me it's going to hurt. It's not going to go away. But you're going to learn how to do the baby steps and live every day. Because you're always going to carry Jolisa in your heart and in your mind. I see other moms. I have a mom here, and I have some siblings here. And they every day, they think of their loved one, whether it's a child, a sibling, because you all know that we're never going to see them again, for somebody else's choice. We all don't get the support down here in the Valley, and that's the honest truth, right? Because I haven't stepped the court yet, right? We're the ones that advocates that when tragedy happens, we're here in the beginning, we're here in the middle of the court system, and once they walk out the court, we're here because this is 24/7. Because one day you're happy, one day you're sad. Every holiday there's an empty chair. The empty chair we do because we know that our loved one's never going to be there. On the birthdays, we count, what we should be doing now, Cholisa's was murdered on a Friday. Our Fridays are never Fridays again. Jolisa, when she was murdered on a Friday, she was gonna get promoted on a Monday. She didn't get to see that. That was October. On November, she was gonna start school because her dream was to become RN. She was applying to get a home, and they cut her dreams short. So, it triggers and it continues, right? And with us joining together, I know we can make a difference. But I don't understand that here in the Valley, a lot of us say yes because I'm everywhere. They see me, and sometimes professionals say, "Oh my God, there she comes again." No, because I'm saying the truth because I'm living it. Somebody told me, "I know how you feel." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry that you lost a loved one." So I never lost a loved one. So then you don't know how I feel, So they say too, you gotta be careful what you tell them, because, we're going through emotions, and we wanna educate out there that we're human. They would tell me also, you need to be strong. So guess what? I was strong because I'm the mom, there's children. So I was strong. Well, I stand by, we're human. You know, we feel. So more pressure, more pressure, more pressure. I got bowel palsy twice. I ended up in the hospital. This tragedy never, ever, had nothing ever kicked my behind to this. I don't know if you ever seen wrestling that when they come through the back and they just knock you down. That's how I felt, and I keep on feeling, right? So it doesn't only mentally, physically, emotionally, then I had to go back to work because I am the one that provided to eat, face others, I had to, a lot of them say, well, she don't cry, she laughs, she's out there. But some of us behind the doors, we have a moment. This Monday, I feel that little, and I don't like the feeling. I pray, right? And I call, and I have families. Thank God that they hear me. A lot of people don't know me because I work. I say, that's my profession. This is the reality I'm living. On getting judged, I let the loved ones know, right? And tell them, you have the right. You don't to say, my daughter, my son, my brother, my mom, my uncle, my loved one got murdered because that's what happened. Not they died. I tell them, let them know. That's how we could educate because they could know. A lot of in the community says, I don't want to hear the news. I don't want to know nothing, right? I tell them, I didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for this. Somebody else chose to do that for us. But we need to unite. It's like a stigma that nobody wants to talk about it. That's not going to happen to me. I have family members that I speak about, right? And I have a family member in the organization that first, the one son got murdered in a state, another son got murdered in another state, and then her dad got murdered. And people don't understand, and right away they're like, why? No, it's not a why. Just be there, support, don't judge, because it traumatizes, it makes it more, like, everything comes down to us, and it's like, some of us self-medicate, alcohol, prescription drugs, illegal drugs, and it's not, doing much better, So we make awareness, raise awareness, and to educate everybody. It doesn't matter what culture, what race you are, how you're murder is murder. On gun violence, that's what happened with my daughter. Not everybody should have a gun in their hand because those criminals do not deserve to have a gun. Nobody has, a lot of them don't have a right. That's what I say. Because on the background check, there's some that have killed and their background had been clear. No, there's flags out there, but there's so many that want to turn, their face. We can't do that, They're crying out for help. They're red flags, If call, we're overwhelmed. The pandemic, seek help, we all have so many organizations, resources. We voice. A lot of people say that RGV moms, demand action, and Rio Grande, we're small. Yes, but we're small, but we voice loud. From far away, I've gone ever since they murdered Julissa. I go to national conference, Parents of Murdered Children. The first year I went to Minnesota. I remember I was telling my kids that when I retire, I wanted to travel, And then in Corpus, there's a little bridge, and I would always say, I'm gonna buy a mobile home, and I'm gonna put it there, a little travel home, and y'all gonna pass and say, bye, Mom. And my grandchildren, hey, there's Grandma, right? And that was one of my dreams, right? But then the tragedy happened. And then my dream was, everybody has a dream to go to Paris, Italy, New York, different, right? And I would say, I want to go to Las Vegas. That's my dream to go, right? And people say, I already went, Martha, ya fuimos, yeah, right? And then I said, no, but I want it. So when tragedy happened, I said, I'm never going to see Las Vegas. I'm not going to travel. So when I went to the first time to the conference, it was in Minnesota. Well, guess what? What was next year? The next conference? Las Vegas. My kids, my son got together, and my son wrote me a letter. Your dream was going to Las Vegas? Mom, I'm sorry, but Julissa said you are going to go through her. you're gonna travel. So I travel in memory of my daughter to educate all over and educate here, because I go over to learn to educate here in the Valley, because it's not what people see here. It's so hard to educate here, the community, the professionals, that's what we're here, to hold hands, to unite, to make a difference, not only for this generation, for the following, the future generation. My daughter made this light for me, and you see my daughter Jolisa, right here in the corner. All her siblings. I don't know if you see her, my grandson. So it didn't affect only the parents, it affected everybody. My Jolisa and I, she would tell her dad, because he remarried, he goes, Dad, you love me the best, because I look like Mom. The picture, she loved her son all the time. Her son was her pride and joy, and she would always take pictures. And then my coworkers and some of my moms dicen, pues Jolisa, eras como Jolisa, siempre tomaba retratos, porque a ella le gustaban muchos retratos, right? Donde está la familia, the coffin where Jolisa was rest, her favorite color was orange, but we chose pink because female, right? And Guadalupe, right? And it was like, so I had never seen, nunca he visto tanta gente en mi vida, pero como dicen la gente, say, where's everybody? That's why there's a U-turn. It's okay to make a U-turn and say, how are you doing? ¿Cómo estás? No me he olvidado de usted. No me he olvidado de su querer. ¿Entiende? So we also have for September 25th, National Day of Remembrance of Murder Victim, and that's national all over the world. So, look up that, it's good. Very educational, very support. We need so much support. And then the broadcast, Catch My Killer, a murder of Jolisa Rangel. So please keep us in prayer. I haven't given up, and I'm not gonna give up, not only for my Jolisa, but for other loved ones. And I wanna thank Ms. Hernández. Aquí está una sobreviviente, su hijo lo mataron año pasado. Mr. García y Ms. García, a su hermano le mataron también. 16 years, 16 años, and no justice either. Like Jolisa, 10 years. So you see, some have gone into court. I'm fighting to get the criminals off, and some I'm never gonna reach because it's murder-suicide, and some are missing unknown. So there's, and they're coming behind us and more, and yes, we could educate, prevent, intervention, if we hold hands and unite and make a difference, and pay attention, listen, I'm not saying only here, but everywhere, because we are, we're family, and we're here. We are the chosen ones to do the difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Charak and Martha Flores. I would like to invite them once again, if Dr. Charak, if you could please come up on the stage, as well as Ms. Flores, to answer just a few questions before we move on to break time. This one on? 1, 2, 3. 1, 1. Should be. I will start with Ms. Martha Flores. After listening to your presentation and after you experienced that terrible, tragic loss of your daughter, Jolisa, what do you think are the gaps in providing support to victim and survivors' families here in the community?
I think that the gaps is for them to focus on the victims, not only the ones that are getting the criminals, also the ones that are still out there that haven't caught the criminals, because I noticed a difference on that. And they need to support everybody the same, even though if you know them or not, if they're children or not that were homicide, they need to be, show the love and the compassion, because the hurtness is a hurtness that's never going to go away.
During Dr. Ruby's presentation, she spoke about grief in children. Your grandson, su nieto, Bambino, how old was he when the tragedy happened, and did he ever experience any grief symptoms?
He was 2.5 years old. Tenía 2 años y medio cuando la tragedia de Yolisa pasó. Y de experience, he experienced, but when Bambino, they took him that in another city. So nomás lo miraba. We went to, we have grandparents' rights, derechos de abuelitos. So we see him twice a month, 2 veces a mes.
And my last question for you, Ms. Flores, what do you think are the unique challenges that victims and survivors, families here in the community face in the Rio Grande Valley?
The challenge is that they want to be heard, because through the años yo hablaba cada día, no me pasamos las llamadas, right? Trataba de hacer appointments, no nomás yo, también otras víctimas que están yendo para corte, they don't return the call. We leave the message, nada. They said that ahí están los apoyos, pero nadie los ayuda, nadie los oye. So, necesitamos que, yo siempre digo, es el líder. Lo que se están encargando, hagan los trabajos, por eso están allí, escogieron esta carrera.
Gracias, Marta Flores, por compartir su historia con nosotros y espero que algún día finalmente se logre justicia en el caso de su hija. Now, moving on to Dr. Ruby Charak, the question that I have for you, do all children of all age groups understand the concept of death? And if so, how can we as parents talk to our kids about the tragic death of a loved one or about a mass shooting?
Thank you. Yes, all children of age groups, different age groups do understand death differently. Preschoolers, the young ones, they understand the concept of death, but they don't know that it's permanent. They do think that the person might return, right? So they don't really understand that. So in that case, you really have to go down to the age-appropriate levels of concretely explaining to the child that the person is dead and will not be returning. So some examples could be if the body is there or at a funeral house, that see the person is not breathing, they're not moving, right? For preschoolers. And yes, the school age children also, I mean, they do understand the concept of death, and they do understand that it's a permanent concept, that a person who's dead is not going to come back. But at times, they would also think that they've seen that person or they've seen that friend, especially if it's close proximity, like the mass shootings or the school shootings. They do think that, oh, but I saw that person. I think I saw them in the corridor there, and you said that they're dead, right? So helping them process that more at an emotional level, the school children, they can do that. But yes, across the age groups, they do understand the concept of death in their own ways.
And what mental health resources, professional ones, are out there that can facilitate recovery from gun violence related incidents?
Thank you. And I think that's the last slide that I had. There are so many resources out there. It's just that we don't know that the resources are there. We all work in such siloed environments. We're just not connected, right? So Martha's working. I'm similarly working at the university. We might not just be connected. So coming to the point that, yes, there are many trauma-informed, evidence-based therapies. In the Valley, we have some free clinics. We also have our own psychology clinic, clinical psychology clinic, which is free of cost. It's on McAllen. Then at a national level, the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. Usually, as I said, that usually people are looking for, like, which information do I talk about? There's so much happening. There's Reddit, that's WhatsApp, that's just going up, and once there's a mass shooting or a homicide, that's made it to the media. That's when the social media will blow up. So in that case, I think the National Child Traumatic Stress Network is the go-to. They have a bunch of free resources, Yes, many languages, yes, multiple languages, English, Spanish included.
And now, referring to the Hispanic community, for example, a lot of us grew up, with family members saying, that it's embarrassing to seek help or to take therapy. What do you say to those people that are embarrassed to going to a psychologist for help when they need it?
First of all, I think many people of color have that, that culture. And in the Hispanic culture, now that I've been living here, I do understand it is ingrained that, oh, you go to a psychologist when you're crazy and mad, right? No. All of us can actually go to a psychologist. All of us need someone to talk to and to cathart and to process our daily life emotions, because all of us go to upheavals. Some of us go through more, I acknowledge that. But on a daily life basis, we do need to go to. It's sometimes I also give them examples that because I'm a professional and I can see clients, I myself also have to undergo therapy. I'm only human. When I hear things, it saddens me. It triggers my own grief and loss that I have experienced, right? So it's normal. In fact, it's normative. It should be normative to go to psychologist.
To therapy. Now, speaking of professionals, and you mentioned disconnection from the media, what about us that have to be there in the event? Like, for example, Uvalde mass shooting, that we were there for the 1-year anniversary of that tragic incident. And what about doctors or policemen? What advice do you have for people like us, that are there sometimes on the front line? How can we disconnect when we leave work and we're at home with our families? Do you have any advice for us?
It's literally impossible to disconnect, right? When you've seen such gory events and tragic events happening, if I tell you, don't think about the white elephant, you are going to think about it. It's ingrained in you, right? So some ways is, how do you deal with that event when you go back from your work, right? It is going to affect you. It might make you a little numb or a little angry or question the whole existential existence of things. One way to do is to be compassionate towards yourself, that let's experience it. This is normal, but I know I have to get over it. We have sometimes we as professionals, we say, have a reservoir of your coping skills. Talking out to your mom, your sister, brother, friend, getting it out of the system would be great as well. Going for a walk, some people like to do yoga. I'm not one of them. I would like to jog, right? So having that reservoir of your coping skills, which you can use them. Now that's at a personal level, at an individual level. I do want to call out all the big CEOs who are there, that this kind of traumatic stress reactions that some people, or because of their profession, are at high risk of, you should have trauma-informed care ingrained in your organization. You should have someone, even at your professional level, at your workplace, to talk about it, right? You should have a counselor or someone, a go-to person who you can go, of course, individual and at a macro institutional level. My belief is you should have that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charak. It helps me to disconnect from the news when I'm at home. It's the last thing I want to watch. I'd rather watch CoComelon with my toddler. That helps. Yes. So thank you, Ms. Martha Flores and Dr. Charak and all our previous speakers. We have more to come. And now, Dr. Estrada, we are about to take a break. Okay, so we're going to take a short break. Yes, of course. Thank you for reminding me. If anyone else has questions for them, please feel free to ask.
I was very intrigued about the analysis you made on the gun ownership, not actually those that own guns feel safer. So what do you attribute to that data? Is it more the ones that actually own guns know how dangerous it is and how much responsibility it takes? Those that own guns, like, I'm not a gun owner, I don't feel safe with a gun. But yes, if an intruder was coming in, but I'm a dog person, so the dog will help me. But why do you think they don't feel safer? Then what is the whole whirlwind about owning a gun?
And that's where it's more to do with the perceptions of feeling safe. I don't have an exact answer based on my data. I can tell you what I believe or what research I've read. The whole concept about feeling safe is also to do with how is it's described in the society. You should own a gun, you'll be safe. It's also based on history of a society, right? Owning a gun made you feel safe historically, right? There's a history behind it, and it continues. But research has started showing that the person who's owning a gun is also not feeling safe, is then going for a bigger gun, a semi, an automatic, and it's getting the risk of aggression, death by suicide, children getting injured, accidental deaths is just increasing. It's a perception, I believe, at a very societal level, which is ingrained in the public conscious. You travel and live in some other countries, you don't see that.
Right. That makes sense. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Jessica. And I don't think I can do mine. But, growing up, I'm from a generation, I'm 73, and we were told not to. I mean, we didn't need guns, and so we grew up not needing to, not wanting to have, I could own a gun, I could train myself, go to a shooting range. I don't want a gun. And I don't have a dog anymore, but I feel pretty safe in my neighborhood, and I don't go out looking for trouble, my mom used to say. But, did your study, get any people that said, I don't want a gun, I don't need a gun? It's not gonna make me feel safer, because the other person probably has more, it could be less experience. Like I was thinking about your daughter's instance. Those kids, they might have been kids that were just out looking for money to get drugs or whatever. We don't know. But the thing is, they might not even be good gun, users or anything. So we don't know who those kids behind that gun are. And did your study fall into getting any of those people that said, I don't want to touch a gun?
Once I started noticing the trend, as researchers, we always build on our studies, like, I should have asked that question. Do you want to own a gun in the future? Like, is it just because you don't have the resource that you don't have a gun, but you want to own a gun? I did not ask that question. But I looked it up, the national stats and the Pew Research Center, but it's way back, maybe 2018 or so. And we know in recent years, the ownership has gone up. They do see that there is only a section of the society among those who don't own a gun. And I don't know the exact percentage, but it's lower than the ones who want to own a gun but don't have a gun. So there's only a minuscule population right now in today's day and age that who say, no, I don't think I need guns to feel safe. I'm fine. I'm okay. I feel that the neighborhood I live in is safe enough. It's all right. Psychologically, I think so there's also a cascading effect of they bought a gun, perhaps I should buy it. My neighbors have it, I should buy it. What if something happens, right? So that feeling of safety, but at least the research is showing it doesn't really make you feel safe. Maybe for a brief period, but not in the long run. But I'll ask that question next time. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out on your research how so many people have guns or want to have a gun to feel safe, but on your graph you had, on your line graph, you had a dip on how many people are willing to take lessons to train. And that was very significant for me. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, only the ones who had a gun, 12% of them wanted to take, and the ones who did not own a gun, they did not own a gun, so they perhaps don't know how to use it. 27 said, no, only 27 said, yes, I'm interested in the training. The rest said, no.
How about the question from Tom?
I have a question.
In your group, are you seeing a lot more people come together? Do they know about you? Is there a community that has grown? Unfortunately, that has grown, that you're seeing that?
In our group, what we do in our group is, like, when we hear of a homicide or a loved one that's their life were taken away, and one of them, my daughter is one of them, we reach out to the media and we search through, because if they don't refer them to us, we go out there to let them know that they're not alone, that we're here for them. And we're, like I said, we're from the beginning to the middle and when they walk, or sometimes they're never gonna get caught, right? And so we reach out to the media, and Like when I have events, I email, I mean, not email, but I inbox the professional, any business, the PD, letting them know. And I'm starting to do presentations because this is something new. Because when they asked for like a PowerPoint, I was like, oh my God, I've never done that. I'm the old fashioned way. So I had to tell my daughter, because I talk from the heart, or what I'm living through. So if you, like I always say, if you know anybody that got murdered today, yesterday, or tomorrow, let them know that we're here for them. We have this loved one, the wife, her husband was murdered 25 years ago. And she said, I didn't have the help then, but now I have you all, and you all make me continue going forward, and I'm gonna fight for justice for my husband. And we give free hugs.
It's 10:25, and so we're supposed to conclude, but I have a comment and two questions of Dr. Charak. The comment is, in fact, Dr. Charak, you alluded to this, so did you, Martha, about health professionals. As of a few weeks ago, the official report, and I think it came from the CDC, that the profession that sustains the greatest violence, and I'm talking about all professions, business professions, law professions, finance, etc. The profession that has the greatest violence now is the medical profession, the health professionals, the healthcare professionals, more so than law enforcement, than police, sheriffs. We lost just 3 or 4 weeks ago a pediatric and adult orthopedic surgeon in Tennessee whose patient killed him in the examining room. You heard about that. And most of us knew who that was because he worked at Le Bonheur Children's Hospital. So the question is this. It's very clear, research has shown multiple times, that those who are more depressed, more anxious, more fearful buy guns. So the depressed are owners because of their depression, anxiety, and stress, and so forth. What I've heard you say, though, tells me it works the other way, too, that the presence of a gun in a home, in a household, causes depression and anxiety, especially among the family. Maybe not the gun buyer in the home, but the kids. So the presence of the gun in the home causes depression, which then could lead to suicide or other violence. And I haven't heard that hypothesis before, that it's the presence of the gun that causes not the depression, not the well-known fact that depression causes a person to buy a gun.
So what I alluded to was the presence of firearms can increase the risk for death by suicide and accidental death. But that death by suicide, whether it was an impulsive act or whether there was underlying depression, depends on the etiology of the reasons behind it, right? So I'm not very sure if just the presence of the gun can lead to depression, or the presence of a gun kind of shows that there might be a volatile environment that the person is living in, right? There's aggression, there could be abuse, victimization, violence happening, and living day in and day out through that chronicity of violence could lead to depression. That there might not be a direct effect. As you know, I know you do stats, there's an indirect effect through mechanisms. On the other hand,
it's a vicious cycle.
It is, it's cyclical.
It's not just vicious, it's fatal.
Yes.
That's
ends with someone dying.
I had another question. Do we have time? Yes. We have a moment? Okay. This has happened in China, and it reflects on a recent finding of an actor who was accidentally shooting another actor or actress or person, and we know about that. Okay. So in terms of children, and I saw this on the way here on the plane yesterday, the games feature guns. The video games are, in fact, are almost more popular if you learn how to shoot a gun, playing the gun, using the gun, you're doing it with your hand, you're shooting, and you're watching the person on the screen die. That's the objective. So our video and Hollywood scene, which nobody has mentioned yet, is partially responsible for our problem. So China has prevented all children up to the age of 16 from using video games. And if you do between 16 and 17 or 18, I guess, you can only do it 3 hours a week on certain nights of the week to protect their own children. And of course, they have a very low firearm death rate, hardly any death rate. It's amazing. So what are we going to do about Hollywood and the video games? That's another solution, I would think.
One more question. Go ahead.
Oh, she's got the microphone.
My question is upstream. How much is the social determinants of health? I just learned about that a couple of years ago, and I find it very, as far as research and studies and things happen in the Rio Grande Valley.
How much are the costs?
Yeah, with social determinants of health to ask those upstream questions.
When we see, because we work a lot with social determinants, your age, your gender, sexual orientation, demographics, income, salary, that's those kinds, family makeup, social determinants, culture, resources, they have a lot of variance. They are determinants of mental health. So basically we also say if you start looking at, preventing them at the macro level, things like poverty, availability of resources, accessibility. So resources can be available, but you cannot access them because you don't have a car or the money to go there, right? They heavily influence mental health issues. We wait too long for other things to come in, right? And then we forget about the social determinants, like, aggression, abuse, I work on child abuse. Child abuse leads to depression, death by suicide, right? Or cycle of aggression again, leading to bullying in school, right? So we forget about the social determinants because it becomes chronic and there's aggression, and then we start associating those variables with the outcomes, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruby Charak and Martha Flores. And thank you all. We have a few more speakers coming up ahead. Now it's time to take a short, quick break. We'll be right back, so we invite you to stay with us. I hope we enjoyed our quick break, and we invite everyone to please take a seat as we are about to resume our presentations. Favor de tomar asiento. Es momento de continuar con las presentaciones. And before we do hear from our next special guest speaker, Dr. Archie Bleyer, I would like to give special thank you to the following organizations. Of course, the Texas Doctors Social Responsibility, Paulani Cortez Villas from Giffords National Office, Rebecca Obregon and Veronica Silva from Be Smart Program, Representative Vikki Goodwin, NHMA Moms Demand Action, Kate Frost, Methodist Healthcare Ministries, RGV Family and Friends of Murdered Children, UTRGV Center for Mexican American Studies, Texas Rising, and TDSR members. Thank you all for taking the time to be here and participating in today's important event. Up next, we will have Dr. Archie Bleyer. Bleyer is a clinical research professor in radiation medicine and the Knight Cancer Institute at the Oregon Health and Science University, professor of pediatrics at McGovern Medical School of the University of Texas, and collaborator of the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. He has devoted 5 decades to clinical research, during which he has been the recipient of more than $85 million in research grants, as a principal investigator and an author of more than 300 original reports in bona fide peer-reviewed medical journals. He was at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston for 15 years, the head of pediatrics and director of the Community Oncology Research Base.
Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you.
That's enough. Okay, Dr. Archie Bleyer, the mic is all yours.
I can't see you. Oh, yes, there you go. All right. I'm also the oldest person in the room by about 5 years, so more than 5 years, come to think of it. Don't smile too much. Shortest and oldest. Well, that's nothing wrong with being short, but there is something wrong with being old. Okay. The title is supposed to be Fire Violence in Texas, Lessons Learned from Your Valley. I'll say RGV, because I've heard that used a lot. All right, now I got to get this moving. I guess it's stuck on, let's see if I can get out of that. Yeah, it's not on presentation mode. There you go. It should be all right. Try again. Okay, so I'm going to have a subtitle to that overreaching title, and that is what you can learn from Americans who have Mexican heritage. There you go. Okay. So firearm violence in Texas, lessons learned from RGV, and its Mexican-American heritage. First of all, in terms of conflicts of interest, I work with two others, one in the Los Angeles area and the other in Dartmouth at New Hampshire, the other corner of the country. And the three of us representing those corner of the countries have worked on this project together, and we published what was the most rapidly increasing cause of death in children between 1 and 5 in the United States, and only the United States. And it's the reason why our death rate, our mortality rate in children in the United States between 1 and 5 has not decreased or minimally decreased, whereas every other country that's our par, we got 40 other countries that are SAS, socioeconomic status level, they've had a decrease. We have not, because the most rapidly increasing cause of death in the United States between 1 and 5 is firearm deaths. So let's get started. The Three Musketeers have no conflict of interest or any relative financial relationships to declare. You recognize that, but you may not recognize the 13 counties at the bottom who I have identified as the RGV 13, and that includes the 3 counties right here, Hidalgo, Willacy, and Cameron, and I'll call them the lower RGV, those 3 counties. Now, there's a reason I picked on the 13 and the 3. Those are kind of interesting numbers, 13 and 3. 13 is not an optimistic number, I guess, and 3 is a prime number. We'll have to think about that. But let's figure out why I do that. Well, here are the 13 counties that include the 3 at the very bottom, and we can review each one later, maybe. But those 13 have a almost unique, you are almost in a unique position. Let me ask a question first, and I'll ask you to raise your hand. Is your firearm violence here in the Valley, the 13 or the 3, worse than the rest of the state, the rest of Texas? And you can answer worse with a hand, same with another hand, or better, or don't know, although I won't ask the don't know. So let me ask first, how many of you think that the firearm violence in the RGV is worse than the rest of the state? Hands up. Okay, the daughter knows that. Okay. How many think it's about the same? Hands up. Okay, an anesthesiologist votes for that. Well, then I won't ask the question about how many think it's better. But I'm surprised, because I didn't think it was better. And I'm not sure. Of course, that's why I'm here.
So it used to be better. That's my experience. It's getting worse.
I don't have to finish my presentation. Identify yourself. Or come up here. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to focus on the better, but it's gotten worse, and it's getting definitely worse. In fact, in some ways, and I'll mention this ahead of time, females in the RGV 13 are suiciding with firearms. Suiciding. We don't say death by suicide. They are suiciding by firearms, by bullets, at a rapidly increasing rate in the last 5 years here. Females especially. So we'll come back to that. So let's talk about the 13 in terms of objectives. I want you to recognize, because most of you think you're doing better, or we're doing better, what you are doing right. Learn why as best as we can do in a half hour. Mobilize your leadership, and this is a challenge to everybody here, including those who drove down from San Antonio and Bexar County and so forth. Mobilize leadership by banding together, especially here in the Valley. When you leave today, I want you to think about ways you can bring yourselves together, including many professions that are not in this room. Assist your counties that are in need, and there are 3 of them in particular need within the 13, and there are 3 right outside your neighbors who are really in need. You need to help your neighbors, and I'm talking about regional here in your community. And I've already touched on, you've got to do something about the increasing suicide rate in females with guns. The ultimate goals, which we won't have much time to go to, some of which were covered by this morning's guests and speakers. Implement the red flag law. If we don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to have to come back to that. Reduce the firearm plethora. You know what I mean by that? They're everywhere. We have in the United States 4% of the world's population, 4%, but we have over half of the entire world's firearms in civilian hands and homeowners in homes and houses. 54% of the world's firearms are in 4% of the population, and you're sitting in the country, in the only country. There's nobody who's close. Nobody. Nowhere else in the world, including the most war-torn countries, including the cartels below the border here. They're sitting in our homes, or they're in our homes. They're sitting ready to be used, I guess. And then be smart. If there are firearms in homes, be really smart. Well, we've already covered that. And the last item, which I quickly wanted to take off the screen, was do something about the assault armamentarian, not just the assault weapons, but the incredible speed with which you can take a pistol and in minutes convert it into a semi-automatic. I've seen the videos, it's incredible. And the guy who's showing that is so proud how all of a sudden he can't hold his pistol because it's going that fast and that hard. Get rid of the armamentarian, that is all these cartridges that have 30, 50, 60, 80, or are machine guns, including those that attach to pistols. So you got to do something about that too, but I won't really have time to deal with that. So here's what we're going to do in terms of methods for the time we allowed. We're going to create a hypothesis, which you've, I think, already alluded to, you and me. We're going to test that hypothesis in the rest of the state of Texas. We're going to have, if time permits, an example from my state in Oregon and the national data that might test hypothesis one way or another, negative or positive. And then ultimately to get to some recommendations for all of us, which I've already touched on, but not just the recommendations for you, but for Texas in general. Having lived here, I have a special reason to want to work with the Texas problem. Having lived here in Houston, I should say, okay? Having lived in the state. All right, the data sources are multiple. Most importantly, at the top is the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, or the CDC, the Census Bureau of the United States, the Pew Research Center, KSAT, which I've already seen on the screen from, right, you had it on the screen, thank you very much. The KSAT television channel, the Texas Tribune, Index Mundi, and then the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, which is at the University of Washington and where I'm a collaborator. If you want international data to compare how sad the United States really is, you need to compare us with everybody else. They do that. And you can do it because of the public access data. We won't have much time to do that. Okay, what's the hypothesis? We've generated, but I'll specifically state, it's that the Mexican-American Hispanicity, okay, you'll hear about, prevents gun violence better than other ethnicities. Mexican American, Hispanicity, of all the ethnicities, is number one in terms of preventing gun violence. That's the hypothesis. Remember, hypotheses have to be tested. They're just thoughts. Oh, I see I can actually, here's the average annual firearm death rate per 100,000 in every county in Texas per 100,000, and that's age adjusted because not every county has the same age distribution. And if you have a county with a lot more older people or a lot younger people, you have to make that adjustment or standardization. And we're going to show all 250 counties in rank order from the worst to the least. Upper left worst, lower right least, and those are numbers of the number of firearm deaths per 100,000 age adjusted in the county. And it was for the years 2000 to 2020. Some counties have only 10,000 people, so we have to count many years in order to be able to test that hypothesis. So I covered it 2 decades from 2000 to 2020. Now you're looking for yourself, right? Well, here I'm going to show you where you are, but first let me show you the data for the state. Upper left, 30 deaths per 100,000. Lower right, 3.5. You know, a 10-fold difference, huge difference. One extreme almost to the other, but all unacceptable. Here are the map of Texas with all the counties shown. The darker the red, the higher the death rate. You know, the highest being 30 deaths per 100,000 per year. If you take a look a little more closely, the outlined 13 counties are colored a little differently than most of the rest of the state. Well, where are those 13? They're all on the right. I was amazed. And if you go a little further, the best of all of them, Willacy with 3.5 versus the next worst at 4.4, was 254 out of 254. And then you've got Cameron at 250 out of 254, and 245 is Hidalgo, where we are sitting right now. I didn't believe that. And that got me going. And as the executive committee for the Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility knows, I've been working on this for a long time, and I keep bugging them with new information, new data. And I'm trying to summarize this for you, but notice where you are and what you could teach all those other counties if you could figure out what you're doing right. Why are those counties doing so well? 13 and 3. Why? Well, to do that, I'm going to have to show you a technique called joint point analysis. This is about 4 or 5 years old. It was developed at the National Institutes of Health. It takes data like this, which is annual rates, in this case, firearm death rate. And you're looking for trends. And it looks like it's improving. Getting worse. It's going up on the right. But there's a method to really identify when that trend occurred and when it changes significantly. So now the line is the regression of the data with a joint point analysis, and it has 3 slopes. The first slope is no slope. The second slope, somewhat going up, and the third one on the far right, going up faster. So that joint point regression identifies trends and when they change. And it's become the standard of these kinds of analyses. And then each of the generated data from charts from the program analysis, joint point analysis, comes with the actual percentage change. It's called the annual average percent change. And I'm just using 3 examples here. No change at 0% per year. The next phase starting to go up is 3.1% per year, and the last one goes up at 10% per year. Now you can see a real problem on that right there. Something's getting a lot worse faster. But it also comes with statistics, and that's called the average percent or annual percent change, APC or APC. And then there are p-values. Now, some may not know what p-values are, But see the numbers there? There's two of them, 0.002 and the one on the right, 0.007. Those are p-values that indicate to what degree the trend is due to chance. So let's take the p-value on the left, that's 0.002. That's 2 in 1,000 that this is not real data, that this was just due to random events, chance. 2 in 1,000 means 998 out of 1,000 times, this is probably real. This is not just random. Those are very low statistical numbers or p-values. So we're going to take what happens to be this same joint point regression analysis that represents the rest of Texas outside of RGV 13. This excludes 13 of the 254 counties. So those numbers I gave you, 3% per year from 2015 to 2018 or 19, and then 10% per year is the rest of the state, not you. Where do you think you are? Well, you didn't put a hand up because I wouldn't let you to. And well, to summarize before you find yourself, the rest of Texas, excluding RGV 13, has had a continuous increase in the firearm death rate since 2016. That accelerated to 10% per year. You know, in 10 years, that's 100%. That's a dramatic increase. And as of 2021, that's the last year of available data, the total increase from as recently as 2016 was 45% increase. All right, where is the RGV? I could not believe that. Not only was every year lower, it was going down from 2000 to 2015 at a statistically significant 0.0005, 5 in 10,000 chance that this is not real. Not real. And then it started going up, and this is where the points really point on. It's come back to where it used to be 21 years ago. But it's still much lower, about a third to half of the rate in the rest of Texas. Now, this is for all people, all ages. It is age standardized. Something's going on down here that you should be proud of, but concerned about. Thank you for the recent trend there. Yes, it's not as fast as the rest of the state, but it's going the wrong direction. And whatever was gained between 2000 and 2015 has been lost in the last 6 years or so. So compared with the rest of Texas, RGV 13 has had a lower firearm death rate every year during 2000 to 2020, including 2021, by the way. I didn't show that. That is on that chart, so it's not just a 2020. And there was a highly significant decrease during 2000 to 2015. Decrease here, but not everywhere else and anywhere else in the state, the rest of the state, the average of the state or the rest of Texas. It didn't go up until 2016, but it didn't go down like it did here. What did you do here to accomplish that? If you can answer that question or have it answered, you can help a lot of us. And by us, I mean US, United States. Since 2016, the increase here in the RGV 13 has gone up, but at a slower rate. If you look at the 8% versus the average of 9 to 10%, or especially 10% in the last few years. And an increase since 2016, well, I cover that, resulting in, as of 2021, last year available data, half the rate of the rest of the state. Even though it's going up here, you're still twice as better, if you will, half the rate. Now, what's the kind or type of death that's going on in RGV? So the top is the suicide rate, black. The lower graph is the red values and corresponding joint point analysis regression line for homicide rates. And the bottom is all the others, almost entirely due to uninadvertent, unintentional accidents of death. And usually unfortunately, in children. And that's staying at a relatively low level, about 5% of all the deaths, and hasn't really changed, although it does go down in other states because of improved firearm safety. The firearm industry is making safer pistols and ammunition and so forth. But I don't see a trend in RGV for an improvement, but it's low to begin with. Okay. So in RGV 13, both firearm homicide and suicide rates were similar 2 decades ago, far left of the chart. But homicides decreased more rapidly than suicides, such that by 2007, there's something wrong with that, it had distinctly lower rates than suicide. But since 2014 to 2018, homicides are coming up faster than suicides. But suicides are still more common in RGV by firearm than homicides over all ages and age adjusted. The increase in the firearm deaths since 2016 in the RGV 13 has been due to both suicides and homicides, and it's highly statistical significant levels. You see that 0.006 and well, they're both 0.006. And I mentioned that the unintentional or accidental deaths have been stable and low, single digits. Now let's get to the point about Hispanicity. This is the RGV 13, whether Hispanic or not. Although there are many dots that you can analyze with certainty and there's no significance to the increase, the non-Hispanics in the RGV 13 haven't shown any evidence for decrease. And there is an increase of 2% per year, but it's not statistically significant, mainly because there aren't that many non-Hispanics living here. But if you just look at the Hispanics in RGVs, look at that. 0.0003 from 2000 to 2015, and then a reversal. And going up, even though it's just a few years, 5 or 6 years, at a 0.001 p-value increase. I'm going to skip that because we already covered it. Now, if we look at the rest of the state, you also see Hispanics going down, not just in RGV, but the rest of the state. And there you do see non-Hispanics having a statistically significant increase, not only early on during the last 2 decades, but especially in the last few years. But nothing like the lower rates in RGV 13. So the consistency between Hispanicity and non-Hispanicity, the upper and lower curves, is repeated here across the state. And therefore, there's a bit of a testing of the hypothesis by going to 2 different areas of the state. We'll skip that too. And then just looking at Hispanics in RGV 13 below and RGV and in the rest of Texas above, you see similarity, as I already alluded to. That whether you're Hispanic outside the RGV or inside the area, you had a benefit, but not like you have had here. But you've also had loss in both the rest of Texas and in RGV 13. On the right, from 2012-13 on, a very significant increase. Still staying behind the rest of the state. You're doing better than the rest of the state as the Hispanic population, but not as, but still in trouble. We'll skip that. And these will be shown by review later when you can go online and watch it all. Now, this was very difficult to obtain, but if we just look at the Mexican-American population instead of all Hispanics, and here in the Pew Research Center is a map of Texas from 2010, the latest data there too, showing all 254 counties in terms of the percentage of each county that has Mexican-American residents. Notice, of course, what's at the bottom and the far left, as expected, close to Mexico. But then if you go to the right and look at the safest counties as of the most recent years of data, 2018 to 2021, even though there's been a rapidly increasing death rate. But if you look at the safest county with that rapidly increasing death rate, 13 of the 30 are right near you or in you or with you or where you're sitting. And that fits the Mexican-American resident population of the state too, no surprise. So there's some more evidence that firearm safety correlates with Mexican heritage. All right, now if we look at, on the left, the firearm death rate, and at the bottom, the percentage of Mexican Americans in each county in Texas, the 100% to the right and 0% to the left, and we just look at each county, and although there's a large spread, diverse variable, the regression line here, which is a power regression, shows that the more is Mexican American, the less the death rate. And it's incredibly statistically significant. Less than a 1 in a billion chance that this is due to chance, random events. Firearm safety strongly correlates with Mexican heritage. And here are your 13 counties. Notice that one, let's see if I can show it, this one is above the regression line and not doing as well as it should based on its Mexican heritage. And there's one over here that has only 32% Mexican heritage, but has a very low rate. So there are other reasons for the hypothesis, but the trend here is highly, highly significant. So you need to help within the 13 counties, Kinney, Uvalde, Jim Hogg, and Starr, because they're not doing as well as would be predicted. Willis, I should say Maverick, has other reasons which we would like to know why they're doing so well despite not having as many proportionately percentage Mexican Americans. Okay. In terms of using the same parameters, the death rate on the y-axis on the left and the percentage of Mexican Americans per county on the bottom, this is the white population. The more white, the higher the firearm death rate. Then the black population. The more black the county, the higher the firearm death rate. And those are both statistically significant. The one on the left is just 1 in 100 billion, 200,000 billion, whatever it is, a trillion, I guess. Yeah, it says a trillion. And the one on the right is 0.0007. And also notice that because there are fewer blacks in Texas, that there's not as much data, and there's hardly any on the right, below 50% or 40% even. So to test the hypothesis, I want to do 2 or 3 more things if we can take the time. On the left, because you haven't seen the right, is an estimate of gun ownership. This is the likely or estimated gun owners per 100,000 people in each zip code. Now we can't use the county data in the state of Texas. And this was a summary of 2004 to 2020 data. So there you look at the pattern of gun buyers and the gun ownerships per 100,000. And you can go ahead and look at the percentage of Mexican Americans in the county, which I've already showed you. And there's a huge area with high gun ownership or gun purchasers per 1,000. And yet this comparable area has very few Mexican Americans. If you want to go further, you can see this area is a high death rate, high gun ownership rate, and yet it has a low, very low Mexican, I'm sorry, it's the other, yeah, that's right, low. And now if you go back to where you are, let's go ahead and show you, you've got a correlation there. And I can say it, that estimated home firearm ownership is qualitatively correlated. Now, I'm not going to do this for Oregon. I can show you that, in fact, it was there. Oregon had the same pattern. But if we look at the whole country, Mexican American population, there are the places where Mexican American heritage families and persons live. Interesting, there's a portion in Florida toward the south that is not Cuban, not Cuban American, it's Mexican American. And if you just take a quick look at the places that have the highest percentage of Mexican Americans, they also have on the right now the lowest firearm death rate. You could do that for California, for an area, all these places that high percentage of Mexican Americans also have very low firearm death rates. So we've tested the hypothesis in Oregon and the United States. I'm going to skip this and go to the conclusions and recommendations. Recommendations for the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. You've seen this before, but notice that there are 4 counties within the Rio Grande 13 region that aren't doing as well as the average or the other counties. So help Kenny, Uvalde, Jim Hogg, and Starr. And then within RGV, help them. And especially just outside, Terrell, Edwards, and McAllen, your neighbors, they have high death rates. They don't have the benefit of what you've accomplished for whatever and other reasons. I'm going to skip this, but I want to go to the conclusions. First, the rest of the United States, the rest of us should learn how Hispanics provide firearm safety. They should attend meetings like this. Mexican Americans should help lead the way in mitigating the US firearm crisis. That's a challenge, and I don't want you to just sit there. Recruit collaborating organizations, whether it's UTRGV, the Rice Institute, Rice University Baker Institute, who had a whole day of what's going on in Houston on this topic. The law enforcement leadership. Yes, I did see law enforcement here, and you're here, or we're here, yeah. But they need to be involved. Why? What have they done to help you? And then the other 3 or 4 you've already seen. And finally, help the counties within and without, nearby, your counties that need help. And I think that's the end. Focus on reducing firearm suicide in females. Didn't have the time to show you. It's going up faster in the RGV 13 than the rest of the state. You are losing more females to firearms and their bullets due to suicide than the rest of the state. That's about the only thing that I found so far. It's worse here than the rest of Texas. All right, we're going to skip conclusions 2, although I might be able to answer questions with conclusions 2. Well, maybe I'll throw it up there. Reduce firearm ownership. Not only because it kills, that should be a plural verb, others in the home, but it also kills the owner, if you've heard and know. And it's not just pistols, it's all firearms, long arms, shotguns, rifles, assault weapons, pistols, and short handguns. Limit firearm access, decrease its availability, buyback, prevent further purchases, etc. And then improve the red flag protection law, which is working in other states. Not so well in Oregon, but in 5 years, we haven't done it well enough. It certainly helped individual families and neighbors, but it hasn't helped in a statistical way yet. And then, of course, we've been do something about all the weapons, all the bullets, all the armamentarium. And for children, and this is definitely obvious, Stanford, others have proved this, child protection laws that exist in the states that say you have to do something as an owner to prevent a child from accessing the gun, protect them. It's been amazingly effective. I can't show you the data. So finally, I'll just say thank you to Jaime and the executive committee of TDSR, the group at RGV here in Edinburgh, Harlingen, and I've forgotten the other town, including Marsha Griffin, Robert Nelson, Crystal Escalona, and Candace Robledo. And on the right, the fact that you can thank the guns if they're not that available, or owners who can help with that, and the CDC and the Institute for Health Ethics and Evaluation. So I'm going to put that on pause and allow you to try to help me understand why you did better for about 15 years, better than anywhere else in the country that I've been able to discern. Yes, in Oregon, the Mexican American counties, of which we have 3 or 4, have had that same reduction, but nothing like here. I didn't show that to you. Enough said? No. There's so much more to cover. So let's do whatever questions you have. And we had a great question in the beginning, although it was more of a wonderful comment. Thank you for leading the way. Rose, Ruby, who else? Martha, you have a question? Do we have a microphone there? And Juliet, you must have something, sir. Okay. I'm going to try to stop that wheel from turning up there, but I kind of like it. I'll leave it there for now.
Hello. You can stay there, doctor, if you like. The first question that I have for you here is, how was the RGV able to reduce firearm deaths for consecutive years until 2015?
Why? How?
Yes, how was the RGV able to reduce?
Yeah, okay, and I like what I think Ruby said, Dr. Charak, I think it was, that always admit that you don't know. So maybe I can just punt by saying I agree with her in that I really don't know. I do suspect some things. I think the law enforcement had something to do with it. And I missed this actually in terms of skipping a slide. And this was pointed out to me, the Mexican-American concept of family, of protecting your children, because you learned how from your parents and from their parents, their grandparents, your great-grandparents, whether they lived in Mexico or not. At some point, your family learned to protect and to care for each other and to do it more effectively, including having handguns in the home, as we showed as a lower incidence, including how to protect the child from using handguns, including safe storage. I think that the Mexican heritage custom or heritage is probably the best word, helps explain that reduction. It at least would explain why it didn't go up when it went up most everywhere else. But so there has to be more than just the heritage, right? Something had to make it improve. I don't have a good answer for that. I think that Moms Demand Action and nearby, Griffith, my son has worked with her. In fact, he's very well acquainted with her. Maybe that's 2 states away, but there was something that really mattered here during those years that helped the Mexican families do even better. But maybe law enforcement was more effective. I don't really know, but why did it get better? Any other suggestions in the room? Jaime. Oh, I was going to ask Jaime to answer. So that's why you should form a coalition and lead the effort, get UT, RGV, et cetera, Rice University, to try to figure this out. I actually presented that point to the Baker Institute, or UT RGV faculty. And they gave me some ideas, but they need to do their research with your help.
Yes, Archie, well, I've seen some of this data before, and
yeah, you helped me put it together. It's your fault too.
Yeah, right. And so I'm just very happy that you got into this rabbit hole, and it turned out to be very productive in terms of data. And it leads to more questions than answers right now, but I think this data is really very important.
The data has to be studied. It has to be answered. And I'm really worried about the last 5 or 6 years.
Yes.
Even though it's better than the rest of the state or better than the rest of the country, why is it getting so worse despite the heritage?
Well, yeah, I mean that seems to be the main question right now. Why,
I'll give you one answer.
Okay.
So I won't just punt this. The prevalence of firearms is almost identical to the increasing death rate. Almost perfect correlation between the number of firearms that have been bought in the last 5 years and not only the death rate in RGV, but the female suicide rate. There's a one-to-one correspondence. So the best answer to start with is the prevalence, the ability to access, the fact that they're here. And you can see that almost incredibly at a statistical value that it's infinitely small, or in terms of p-value. It's all, and I presented this in San Antonio when you had your previous forum. And I have the data I could show you too. But that's the best single answer. It's because there's just too many more firearms in existence in the last 5 years. It's tripled, as I already alluded to, about the United States having more than half of the world's firearms, most of it in the last few years.
It's the ones that are reported, not the ones that are on the street. I mean, that's what scares me as a non-gun owner, is what about all the people that have guns that nobody knows what they stole them from somebody, or they hit him on the, on the side, and we don't know how many there are. And that's why, we don't want to be a nation of staying home after 11 or 10, but it's very scary. And I would never consider getting a gun myself, but I might in the future, because, I'm an educated person. I know what to do or not to do, but you never know. You could be walking down Main Street, McAllen, at 9 o'clock at night, or at 10 in the morning, and some idiot, well, I'm gonna say idiot because anybody, there's so many unreported guns, or guns that are not registered, that are out there, and that's the scary part. I just talked to a mom right now that said, they know the people that killed her son. They know they have guns, but they don't last in jail for very long periods of time because of who they know, whether it's a judge or, here we are we don't know too many people, but then we just stay in our homes, we stay away from trouble, but we never know how many are unreported guns out there. And that's what the scary part is.
We can't do much about the guns that are already here except to store them safely and teach the owners and the families and their kids, like we've heard all morning. But if we stop the buying, if we can prevent the increase, because there's no evidence, it even got worse than the pandemic. There's no evidence that we've done anything to slow it down. I think it's worth trying to prevent guns from being purchased, or make it so difficult with the registration, not only of ghost guns, but of any gun that's being converted from a rifle used for hunting to assault weapon. If the more we can do to prevent the slope from continuing to go up is worthwhile. But I've been criticized that you can't, quote, the cat is out of the bag. I saw a kitten die a few weeks ago. Yeah, the cat's out of the bag, but don't assume that you can't prevent the kittens from dying, or the owners of the kittens, or who. Okay, microphone so I can hear. Okay.
I'm wondering if poverty, our area is probably one of the poorest
Good
areas
point.
in the state, if not the country. And income inequality, while we're growing in population and more educated kids coming back and jobs are getting opened up for them, that may be the trend going up, that they're feeling like the perception that Dr. Charak had mentioned, that will keep you safe. But poverty and mental health are still a big problem, I think, in our area.
Right, I didn't mention that. It is a partial explanation, because if you can't afford to buy, you'll steal. And the stealing is amazing, how much of that is going on. In fact, the majority of mass killings, so-called, at least 3 or 4 deaths, not including the shooter, are by stolen weapons. So if you can't afford it, there's a way of getting it, unfortunately, or you make it yourself, although you have to have the expense of the equipment to make it. So I would say there is a definite poverty issue, and that could be studied because the CDC has data in terms of the zip code poverty level. We could do that, but I think you ought to assume that responsibility and have UTRGV and NICE and others help you look at that question. I think it's a minor explanation, but I definitely know it's I definitely can emote that it's probable real. It's the contributor.
And just,
And mental health, I mean,
Well, I'll show you one. Okay, I'll jump ahead to that question. Let's see if I can do that with this device. Oh, okay. Bill Richardson died last week. 2 states away from you, not far, maybe 4-hour drive. My son worked with Bill to rescue hostages in other countries. He wrote the book with Bill. He actually wrote the book, but of course, Bill had to, and I agree with the credit. How to Sweet Talk a Shark, including the premier of North Korea, because Kevin, my son, on the far left, spent a week in North Korea with Bill trying to rescue a prisoner, American prisoner. So I want to recognize him before we leave today. But here's what I really want to show you. Let's see if I can get there. See, I got too much stuff, right? To answer your question. Oh, yeah, well, no, let's not take the time. You've got other questions. 4,613 firearm deaths last 2 years ago, last year of data. And the correlation, as I mentioned before, between the increasing purchase of firearms in the upper left in the state of Texas, this is just Texas purchases as determined by the background checks. It's an estimate. And on the right is the firearm death rate in Texas over the same years. And when you correlate them, you put them together on the same chart below, you've got that incredible overlapping statistical correlation. And it's strongly correlated. And if you put the female suicide rate with firearms on the upper right in blue or purple, you see the same correlation. I already made that point. That's in Texas because we don't have the data adequately from RGV or smaller counties. Oh, never mind. Oh, yes. Thank you. It is here. Let me take a moment. Mental health is the blame for firearm violence. That person is a bad person. And that person should be managed by the good guy with a gun. As you know, and they had their annual meeting 4 days after Uvalde in my town of Houston. The NRA says the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So mental health is always the blame by the gun lobby and other gun support organizations. So I looked at the top 41 countries in the United States based on their socio-demographic index. And there are 40 of them, actually 41 listed here. And this is the percentage of those countries in terms of prevalence of mental health disorders in all 41 countries. I put the United States at the top. And then I looked at each of the types of mental health disorders: anxiety disorders, depression, ADHD, attention deficit, hyperactivity disorders, bipolar disorders. And the United States is within the pack. And you can see the rankings from 32 on the far right to 2 on the middle in terms of rank order. We're rated with everybody else. Our mental health is not worse than the rest of the country as of 2019. It's the rest of the world, I should say. There's more. There's conduct disorders, schizophrenia, autism disorders, eating disorders are in this potential, and intellectual disability of being, quote, mentally retarded. If you look at our ranking, it's with everybody else. So mental health cannot be blamed for our problem. Yeah, we have serious mental health needs, our kids especially, but we're not different in that respect. So don't blame mental health as the cause of our problem. Do treat it, but don't blame it. Okay?
Dr. Bleyer, I have one more question. What happened, the RGV can you tell us, during 2016 to reverse the trend in improving firearm deaths?
I think I answered the question. What happened in 2016 to suddenly reverse the trend? Okay, went from this to that, down here at 2016. Something must have changed acutely in just a year to make that. Say it out loud, John. What?
The political discourse in this country changed considerably after 2016.
Including purchase of guns, if I go back to that slide.
I had a question. Can I ask my question?
Please,
So,
because
I know that you made available to the physicians for test.
A little closer with the mic.
About the the grand rounds the emergency room doctor gave at your institution about gun violence and how she compared it to what they did with automobile safety. And one of the categories was public attitude. So, we may not be able to go take everybody's gun away, but we need to fix attitude. Attitude is like, I need to go chase the guy down the street because he's stealing my car. It just happened in San Antonio the other day. Somebody used tracked their car with Apple tags, and they held the guy for the police. Before the police got there, they had a shootout, and this vigilantism, stand your ground. I think is attitude. We have got to win the public relations war that it's not okay to use your gun as a first resort, and you're not going to be legally protected if you do so. But we've moved so far in that direction ever since that Zimmerman case in Florida, where you can go walk around being a vigilante and shoot the first person that you think you want to shoot. And he, with the guy that went to the Black Lives Matter demonstration in Rittenhouse, became a hero when he confronted people with a gun that inevitably led to a shootout. So I don't want to feel so helpless. We've got to win the public relations battle that it's not okay. Just like it's not okay to drink and drive. In 1960, drinking, driving, everybody does that. But the same approach that was in that grand rounds about changing the public's perception of what's acceptable behavior. So I really think that people are buying guns because they're afraid. And they're afraid because they're watching people on television that they should be afraid. And I don't know that the Valley is any more immune to that, because you saw it happen in 2016. So my theory is that would be productive to look at.
Let's test that hypothesis. In terms of attitude, in my life, and I'm almost 81, I've never seen worse attitudes, including the years of the Vietnam and Watergate, because I lived right next door to that as it happened. The emotional level of our country is the worst in my life. There's also, and I've touched on this with you, John, there's also a lower ability to make good judgments. And that's been quantitated every 3 years by the top 60, 70 countries in the world. We are falling further and further behind all the other countries that are improving the 15-year-old's ability to judge, to see data or information and to make an appropriate judgment. The United States hasn't gotten worse, but everybody else has gotten better now. So now we're about the bottom of the 40, 50, 60. Not only is it judgment, and I've talked to you about that, our children, 15-year-olds and plus or minus 5 to 10 years, are more functionally enumerate. Functionally enumerate. That's the current phrase. Than they've ever been. Well, in the decades that they've been evaluated. What does functional numeracy mean? It means understanding numbers, including a simple, whether this number is higher or lower than another number. Just being able to say that number is higher or lower than this number. Not just math, not just subtraction, addition, multiplication. It's just understanding numbers. 1 in every 3 of our children, including young adults, have been shown to be functionally enumerate and can't do what I just described. So if you can't understand numbers, How can you understand what I've just shown? How can you understand why all those children, how many died in Uvalde, or how many died in El Paso, or how many died? They don't understand the numbers enough to realize how serious the problem is. So that's a culture problem in terms of not just judgment and understanding, quantitation, science, being able to be quantitative, but also emotion, because attitude is so dismal.
We will take one last question. Dr. Charak, you had a question?
Dr. Bleyer, thank you so much for the presentation. I know this is national data. You've really judiciously collected this data. Some things to consider would be, as already alluded, poverty in the region, right? Underreporting of things. Keep in mind the context of if culture is coming out to be a protective factor, feminismo, we protect our family. If something happens within the family, a tragic incident, that very factor can be used to keep the family together and not report an incident, right? And we hear of it. I don't have the numbers. We hear of it, right? And I've had these discussions with Martha as well, that we do hear of this. The second comment that I have is that you do show that, yes, the Mexican descent, the Mexican heritage, the cultural values are a protective factor. I don't have any doubts about that. Yes, they are. They are a protective because they are directed towards keeping the social fabric really strong. And that in itself is a big protective factor. But the concern is also with each passing generation and assimilation into the so-called host culture, those values are being lost. And we see it in the youth. And how that might be impacting the person there said about attitudes, the changing attitudes or more favorable attitudes towards guns, where you're assimilating in the so-called host culture. Those are my concerns.
Thank you again, Dr. Rock, for your comments. I just made a strange association. If Mexican Americans are teaching their children numbers because they take the time at home when they're preschool, 3, 4, 5 years of age, to educate them and to be their teachers rather than just parents, and to show them how to add or subtract or just to get an idea of what numbers are or mean or how they're relevant to the. Maybe that's another hypothesis that's worth testing. And I wouldn't be surprised, given the Mexican family structure, that that's one of the factors, that they understand science better. And I heard several in this room this morning prove that to me, including, yeah. So maybe that's another hypothesis worth testing. And if so, our parents in general need to know how to educate their children instead of waiting until they're 5 or blaming the school system when they haven't educated themselves, in part because there's a single parent or because they work or because of all the other stresses they have. That's obvious. You can talk to teachers. We just had a major conference on this. Teachers are desperate more than ever, starting with kindergarten and the behavior in the room. And getting worse, such that by college, the first year teachers, the teachers of freshmen, are right now panicking because they don't know how to teach them. And the book called Coddling the American Mind by 2 psychologists, Alexander Hayden, I forget the other author, Coddling the American Mind, have documented with multiple resources and references. It's a 650-page book, and there are about 250 pages just on references, if you include all the ones between the chapters and the one at the end. Amazing, evidence-based. They are recommending that high school students spend the year somewhere else in the world before they go to college here. I think they're better off going south of the border for a year. My son did his sophomore year in England, and I know he learned a lot more. He should have done it before he started as a freshman. don't just go to college in the United States. First of all, on the average, you're going to make the teacher work much harder and not know quite how to handle it. Second, you aren't prepared for college. Not like it used to be.
Thank you, Dr. Archie Bleyer, for that very informative presentation. We have one more speaker up next before we have our panel Q&A. So I would like to welcome him up to the stage. Tenemos una persona más que va a hablar antes de que comencemos nuestra sesión de preguntas y respuestas. So we can please have recognized trauma surgeon Dr. Carlos Palacio up to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. So I was telling prior speaker that he corroborated my theory. So I moved to the Valley 6 years ago. I would have, no offense for the ones that are from here, but I would have never considered living here if it's not because I had visa issues. And guess what? This place brought me, gave me my green card. I was planning only to stay 3 years because I was like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm going back to the big city. And it has been 6 years since that time. So I stayed. I like it. I think the valley grows on you, and now you have to do what is best for the region. I didn't send any introductions because I don't like them. I think they're too long. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm the chair of the Trauma Regional Advisory Council. I kind of disagree with you because you didn't include Stark County, which is part of my RGB and my district.
Pick on you.
I think it's a nice place, and we're all here to do what we think it's right for the region. And so this topic, it's a little bit endearing to me because I want to talk to you about what happened to us on the medical side when we face these challenges. So I have nothing to disclose, and the content of this lecture represents me and not South Texas Health System or any of its affiliates, even though I work at the trauma center. So this term was started back in the 2000s, and it's as physicians and treating our patients, we tried not to make errors and not to have adverse events. That's basically what we're here for. But then what happened when we have them? Because we're humans, we know that we're gonna have errors, we're gonna make mistakes in any of your family members. So then the term second victim was coined of what happened to the physician with that adverse event happen to any of its patients. So, and although the term was only related to medical complications, now it has, in the medical community for the last 20 years, has increased, is spread, including what happens after you treat gun violence patients, for instance. So, as you can tell, there is gonna be 4 victims, right? And that's what Dr. Albert Wood described back in the 2000s. He basically said the first victim, of course, is going to be your patient, the person that suffered the harm, and the family that is around the hospital or the person. And then using that also lead to some passivity and stigmatizing. Why stigmatizing? Because the physician that makes the error, them is going to be labeled by its peers. Oh, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know. You need to kick him out of medical staff. So that passivity, that stigmatizing is going to stay in that physician minds. That was what it was described 20 years ago. But as I said before, that has been expanded to any of the burdens after any traumatic experience during the patient care. So as I said before, when that error occurs, there are 4 groups of victims. And as we mentioned before, the first victim is going to be the patient and its families. then the second victim is going to be us, the healthcare providers, right? Who do you think the third victim is going to be? Well, I would put that on the second victim. But the third victim is going to be the hospital reputation, right? That's what happens when we have bad physicians that are employed or work at certain institutions. Then they basically, oh no, you don't want to go there because that physician is there. And even in this community, I've seen it many, many times in which families have been here for 200 years. They already know who's good, who's bad, and they come to my hospital and they tell me, oh no, I don't want this physician. Oh no, I don't want this person. And then you're like, well, I don't have anybody else. So those are the things that happens here. So with regards of our side of the story. And the fourth victim is also those patients that are subsequently harmed by that physician's inability to cope with what already happened. So I was actually struck by this statistics, is 10 to 43% is the prevalence of the second victim syndrome. And half of those of us, the healthcare providers, will have second victim syndromes at least in their career, half of the time. So it's happened, it's there. And then it's more frequently in those physicians that have specialties such as surgery, anesthesia, and OBGYN, and pediatrics as well. So it's there. If we talk about the cost, once a physician starts having problems, substance abuse, depression, or even increased incidence of suicides that we were talking before, cost goes higher. So it's $120,000 in recruiting fees and almost $2 million in loss of revenue for each physician that has this syndrome. Here. There we go. What are the symptoms? And the symptoms are basically psychological, cognitive, and physical. Of course, those are going to impact the healthcare of that patient, of that provider, but it's also going to have an impact on those patients that he's going to treat after the event. And that's what the problem really, really is. Once that mistakes start happening, the mistakes are going to keep going. It's going to stay in the mind of that physician if we don't do something about it. That's what it's very important. Very important also for institution support. That's what I feel we're lagging. The institutions for which that physician works, they have to have support programs for those physicians. Burned out, depression, and suicide, they are all associated with second victim syndrome. There are 6 stages of this recovery trajectory for this physician. This is going to leave a permanent imprint into that individual. So let's talk a little bit about the first stage. That's when the physician starts questioning itself after the event. He starts saying, what did I do? Why this happened? And said, I am the problem. He's going to start getting distracted. And then that is going to bring instability to him. And guess who else? The other patients, because he's going to continue treating critically ill patients. So he's going to say, OMG, I almost killed this one. I'm going to kill the next one. And he might, because he's so distracted on what happened with that prior patient. The second stage is those self-doubt, guilt. It's going to be your intrusive reflections. So start losing confidence, start having difficulty sleeping, and the feeling of isolation from the other colleagues. Then it comes restoring integrity. That's when you have to build the trust again among your colleagues and among your other practitioners, and making sure that you find the right mentors so that you can start rebuilding your other pathways. And I'll show you where we're going to head after this. So those symptoms that I showed you before, the psychological, cognitive, and physical, they are the ones that are going to happen during the first 3 stages of the recovery pathway, which is called the impact realization phase. Number 4, it's when I was doing my research on this topic, I kind of funny that they call it the Inquisition, because when I moved down here to the Valley, I found out about the peer review committee that we have at the hospital, and I always tell the risk management when is in the Inquisition meeting again to discuss whatever happened to the hospital. She didn't like it, I can tell you that, but I still call it the Inquisition. So it happens. It's part of the recovery pathway, and this is exactly what happened to the institution. The institution has to do its own investigation, but then guess what happened to the physician? He started questioning itself. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have a job. I'm going to be punished. Am I going to be reported to the board? I'm going to start having the same thing, anxiety, burnout, lack of sleep, because his job is on the line. And he might say, I might have malpractice problems. My insurance is going to go up. So those are the things that he started thinking during this stage. The next stage is when he started recovering, start going looking for first aid. This is when he needs to find other physicians, support groups, family members that are going to help him getting out of this trouble. And finally, he's going to move on, right? So there are 3 routes that he can have at this point. One, he might drop out. He might move locations. He might say, you know what, I'm not going to come here. Let me move my practice somewhere else. And then the only one that will have the effect is going to be the region. Then other ones, he can survive with significant emotional baggage. And then there are those that are going to thrive, but despite thriving, they will have some sort of emotional component to it, despite being able to thrive in the community. There we go. So what are we going to do about it? And it's very difficult. I'm going to give you some examples, and you might be saying, this is a gun violence forum. Why are we talking about the second victim syndrome? But if we don't prevent gun violence, then we are the ones that are going to suffer with the consequences. And sometimes it's not us. It's not my fault that an AR-15 killed 15 patients, but that's going to stay in our mind. And if out of those 15 patients, 11, 12 died, and the other 4 had complications, spent the months in the hospital, those complications are going to stay within the physician. So this is what I'm talking about this. And this is what happened during training. During training, they taught me how to be a surgeon, how to stop the bleed, how to open somebody from here all the way down here, protect them, yada, yada, yada. But nobody taught me, well, what's going to happen when you start having complications because of this? What is going to happen when you make a bad decision and that patient died because of the gun violence? What? Because I'm a human, I can make errors in the OR. I'm not a machine, right? So that's, in my opinion, that's where the system has to start changing in the education programs for the surgery residents, how to teach them to be a surgeon and cope with those situations that might face during their career. Of course, you're going to tell me, well, why don't you reduce the medical error? Maybe you need more education. And sure, that might be the case. But there are things that are out of our hands that we can control. You know, like, for instance, if we have a gunshot wound to the abdomen and the IVC, the pain that brings your blood from the legs all the way to the belly is what is affected, you're going to die. But at the same time, this physician is going to start thinking, oh, it's my fault, because I didn't do the exposure well, because I didn't resuscitate the patient, because many things that can go wrong. So those are the things that we're here. Sure, reduce medical errors, but we also have to do some preventive measures for gun violence. We have to improve at the hospital level the strategies that promote physical health, including walk-in support groups, support family relationships, exercise, etc. And of course, we have to change at the hospital level our culture of blame and change it to a just culture. We have to classify actions as errors, and in the just culture algorithm, you'll follow each pathway depending on where the physician's actions went, instead of blaming and take him to the Inquisition and then start blaming him for everything that happened to that patient. Mitigation, there's a study that showed that 90% of the healthcare organizations fail to provide assistance in dealing with medical errors or associated stress. And then, of course, that immediate emotional first aid to the physicians. And of course, support groups, if possible, as well as long-term counseling. Of course, this would be a gun forum if we don't talk about gun violence, right? So how can we help, how the community can help? And I heard some ideas all morning, but I'm going to talk a little bit now about what the college did 5 years ago. And they started this, let's say, freedom with responsibility. It was a consensus among the American College of Surgeons, the Committee on Trauma, and they implemented a public health approach to this gun violence. And of course, of one side, you have those that says, no, we don't want guns. And then on the other side, you have those that says, yes, we want guns. But we have to meet in the middle. That's the message that the college wants to get. Our value is liberty protected in the US Constitution. That's what we all are here for. And I don't think anybody is going to deny that. But we have to meet in the middle. So yes, violence is the major cause of preventable death and suffering. And this group came up with those 3 recommendations back in 2018. Working together, understand and address the underlying causes of violence. So that last lecture was probably one of the best I've seen in a while. Why we're better than any other place in the US. So we have to understand that. So all those questions that he raised, to me, were we're lighting up. Like, why, when I moved here 6 years ago, I was seeing maybe a gunshot wound every 3 months at the most. So I trained at Bentab. We used to see gunshot wounds almost every single day, anytime, all the time. And I moved down here in the valley, and I was like, oh man, this is a boring place. I don't get to get fun. Actually, my gunshot wound comes from the other side of the border. That's when I used to get excited. I was like, oh man, gunshot wound, let's go, let's have it. Now I have gunshot wounds like almost twice a week. Last night I had 2. I'm still on call, so I had 2 last night. Just last night. So yeah, I know. Well, I'm glad he proved my theory. The valley is just going up, unfortunately, for all of us. And then, of course, I like the last one because that's where we have to meet. Make firearm ownership as safe as possible. I think that's where we have to have a consensus. Both sides. It's not one side. It's not the other one. We have to meet in the middle on that common American narrative. They continue doing the public health approach, and then they talked about addressing the root causes of violence and making, as I said before, the ownership of firearms as safe as possible. This same work group throughout the years, I think this was 2019, they came up with 4 recommendations: developed and implement trauma-informed care. And my understanding is that you guys had an awesome lecture of trauma-informed care. Is that true? I miss it, so I apologize, but I heard it was amazing. Then we have to integrate the social care into the trauma care, and then invest in those marginalized and at-risk communities. Somebody talked poverty as one of the causes. So there you go. That's what the college has in mind in the consensus that they are publishing. And then develop advocacy strategies to advance recommendations. They went further and they sent a questionnaire to surgeons that were gun owners. And they found, the college, they found 215 firearm owned by surgeons, 5 were current NRA members, and 9 were past or present military service, and 1 was a law enforcement professional. You have to understand also the context that a lot of surgeons, trauma surgeons, they are the ones that take care of our troops when they go overseas. So they do know how to defend themselves. They do know how to protect their families and their peers at war. So they came up with that group of physicians, and that questionnaire made this group come up with those recommendations that we have up there. I think some of them we have talked all morning. I do believe in the power of education, so I love number 4. I think those are the things that we have to do to solve or at least mitigate this problem. And of course, we have to keep the common American narrative. I protect the Constitution, but we also have to treat this from a public health approach. I do like number 9 as well. I think that's very important. And of course, we talked about number 1 as well, robust background checks for everybody. I don't think there is anything we can do with what is out there right now, but if we start decreasing or putting some barriers on how we get those guns, I think that's going to help us. I'm sure back in the 60s, 40s, this room would have smelled smoke, because at that time we could smoke in rooms like this, right? So, but it was prohibited. I'm sure in the 60s we didn't have seatbelts. And then we realized that we were having a lot of deaths by motor vehicle accidents, and that's when seatbelts became. Nowadays, you immediately get into your seat, and then what is the first thing you do? Just go like this. That's it. We already have it. So those recommendations is, in my opinion, as well, what we have to follow. So, in conclusion, second victim syndrome is real. It happens to us in the healthcare environment. Of course, it happens more than usual. We try to be trauma surgeons, be strong, nothing is gonna hurt you, but at the end, yeah, it does. And we have to do something about it with this, especially with gun violence or related to gun violence. These are my references, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Does anyone want to ask Dr. Carlos Palacio a question?
Hello, thank you for such a great presentation. I wanted to ask a question. Do you all have like Schwartz rounds at the hospital, which is like a grand style rounds specifically for doctors and clinicians that after I work at University Health, so it's a level 1 trauma center in San Antonio. So they have Schwartz rounds where clinicians or doctors get together, discuss a case maybe, and really it's for them, mentally, emotionally, and just to kind of converse with that team and with others.
We have them, but they're not official. Sometimes we discuss with our residents, with other colleagues. Sometimes I call my colleagues and I tell them, what would have you done different? And that's what really helps. And sometimes the answer is like, there's nothing you could have done, to be quite honest. So that, and I think what you're saying actually really, really, really helps. Talking to your colleague, talking to that person that you trust, that hey, what is it that you would have done different? I always ask every time I finish a case or a code or something. When I'm going home, I start thinking, okay, what I would have done different in this case. And yeah, sometimes I made mistakes, and I said, you know what? Let me talk to another colleague and see what I'm gonna do different the next time that I face the same situation, which by the way we have, and then you immediately remember and say, oh wait, no, last time I did this, let me try this other strategy. So to me, talking to that other person, it really, really, really helped. Officially, we don't have it, but we as physicians, we try to discuss it, so to vent it. The most important to me, and again, I do this on a private side because, we have our M&Ms, Morbidity and Mortality Conference, and everybody is like, talking, but sure, we try to find what we did wrong, but I feel that if you do it at a personal level, that will give you peace of mind. Sure.
Doctor, I have another question. You mentioned that you see patients injured by a gun in the emergency room at least twice a week now. Out of those patients that you've recently seen, about how many are minors?
Actually, I would say probably 30%. 30%. But those are mostly accidentals by an adult. That's what I've seen the most. The adult is like playing with the gun or, doing something, and then all of a sudden the kid is the one that gets the shot. That's what I've seen. At least that's the mechanism. It's not the kids per se playing with it. It's an adult that is playing nearby, and then the kid is the one that receives the hit. So that's what I've seen the most in this area.
I have a couple of more questions, but before that, I would like to ask our audience members if they have a question for Dr. Palacio. Feel free to ask at the moment. Okay, so doctor, you spoke about the second victim syndrome and how it affects healthcare professionals. What, in your opinion, is the first red alert or signal that indicates that someone in your profession should seek help?
I think if you have that recurrent guilt, and I have some of my colleagues that they all come and they ask me and they say, hey, they are fixed on the same question. Like, I think I F it up. And I was like, wait, no, hold your horses. This happens, I think I should have done this. I tell you, and they keep at it over and over and over and over again. To me, that's raising flags, and I have to tell them, hey, are you sure you're okay? Because, what I like about trauma surgery is that once you're off, and I tell them like, hey, there is nothing wrong that I would have done or something different that I would have done. Hey, get some rest, go home, go exercise, walk, etc. Do something different. But to me, that sense of guilt is probably one of the signs that you really, we're not here to make mistakes. I don't wake up every morning and say, well, let me see how many mistakes I'm going to make on you. We don't do that. So when you make them, it really, especially as surgeons, because once you close that abdomen, once you close that chest, what you did it. There is no going back. There is no, well, let me change what I did here. Let me take him back. No, there is no change. So that sense of guilt, I think that's probably one of the raising flags that to me.
Thank you, doctor. Now, I have interviewed you in Spanish before, so I would like to ask for the people watching virtually, if you could say something in Spanish. En español puedo preguntarle acerca de la emergencia de salud pública. Este tema de la violencia de armas para ustedes se ha vuelto pues un tema bien importante. Platíqueme acerca sobre lo que usted ve en las salas de emergencia con sus pacientes, como me lo comentaba en inglés, pero ahora sí lo puede mencionar en español.
Sí, claro. En la sala de emergencia se ven muchísimas cosas que, sobre todo cuando se refiere a la violencia de las armas. Un arma, la bala puede ir en cualquier lugar, y a veces son heridas menores, simplemente los tejidos blandos, pero cuando afecta los grandes vasos, las arterias, las venas, que la persona se puede exsanguinar y puede sangrar hasta la muerte, ya las cosas se vuelven un poco complicadas. Como estábamos hablando después o antes en la charla, ese daño que sufre ese paciente se puede quedar en el doctor o en la enfermera o en la persona que realmente vio a ese paciente morir o que vio las complicaciones que ese paciente tuvo después del evento pues, de violencia que la persona sufrió. Los vemos en las clínicas. Precisamente esta semana vi un niño pues, que recibió un balazo, y el muchachito quiere ser futbolista, y a veces es muy difícil decirle, ya te abrimos una vez, y si tienes problemas, y ves la carita del niño que se pone triste. Entonces, sobre todo que en esta cultura ser football player es lo mejor. Entonces, esas son las consecuencias que a veces no pensamos también en que puede suceder con nuestra juventud y con nuestros niños con este ambiente. Y obviamente conservar los valores. Me gusta mucho la diapositiva, la primera diapositiva que mostré. No sé si está ahí. Esta, porque tenemos que conservar los valores, aquí está, los valores de esta nación. Tenemos que proteger la Constitución, pero tenemos que llegar a un acuerdo en la mitad. Están los que no quieren las armas, están los que quieren las armas, y hasta que alguno de los dos no dé y no nos encontremos en la mitad, no vamos a solucionar el problema. Entonces tenemos que volver a reunirnos en la mitad y hablar y hacer un consenso en cómo resolvemos esto. Algunas de las recomendaciones las mostré en las otras diapositivas, y son las recomendaciones por el Colegio Americano de Cirujanos, después que han estudiado todo este problema durante los últimos 5 años.
Doctor, muchísimas gracias. Ahora le vamos a hacer la invitación, doctor Estrada, a todos nuestros presentadores. Okay, perfecto. Thank you, Dr. Palacios. And now we would like to invite all of our speakers to come up here and join us up on the stage, because we want to invite everyone in a Q&A, and we're going to be walking around, passing the microphone. If you didn't get to ask the speaker a question while they were presenting, now is your time to do so. So may we have Rose Williams, Dr. Charak, Marta, Dr. Bleyer, Dr. Palacio, if you can join us for a brief Q&A with our audience, please do so. Do we have everyone still here? Dr. Charak is not here, right? Okay. And we have 3 microphones up here. Do we have extra microphones over there, or I can pass?
This table.
Right, I can give this to our audience members. Oh, there you go. Now, okay, we have Dr. Bleyer, Dr. Palacios, Rose, and Marta. Does anyone have a question for our speakers? Yes, sir, right here.
Dr. Bleyer. What do you think that I was thinking when you were doing your presentation about the counties along the border, I was thinking, I was discussing that with my wife. Do you think that the influx of immigrants, the constant influx of immigrants, might have something to do with that reduction of the lower level of weapons and crime or suicide?
Actually, that was my first suspicion, that because you're across the river and recognize the problem on the other side and are very aware of it, and you can learn from just watching what happens across the river, that you might be more protective, more understanding why firearm safety, et cetera, is so important. That could be because of, I've also looked at every, is it a state in Mexico, or what is it? Province, states, right? They're states. States, yeah. States too. By the way, I learned how to say Nuevo Mexico because Bill Richardson is from that New Mexico. Anyway, I just think that the 3 closest counties to where we're sitting right now across the border have one of the highest firearm death rates. And it's kind of like, because that exists, it's not the one immediately across, it's 1, 2, or 3 upriver, and I've forgotten the name of it. But because they have such a high violence rate, that maybe you're more aware of the risk and inherited the separation across the river as a positive to help with that. So I think it does matter what's on the other side. So I think immigration, which brings people from that environment looking for more safety and not going too far north in the United States, staying in the southern part of Texas, may be another explanation.
And I was thinking about another issue related to that. Hispanics have the tendency to talk more among themselves, with the family, the neighbors. There's a lot more interaction, so you get to know the people who are around you. So I'm wondering also, because in the Anglo communities, that is not the prevalent. You don't see that much interaction among those individuals.
Right. We talked last night about individualism and how that's now surfaced as a major problem in the United States. You know, everybody can do anything they want to on their phone or iPad or workspace or text. They can stay at home to do it. They don't have to be in the same room with anybody anymore. It's become so isolationist in nature. I don't think that's as true in the Mexican American population. And I think because you have social interactions, you have people who can help you overcome the fear. You're not on your own, so you're going to buy a gun to get the next person walking in the door, who, by the way, it's 23 times more likely that somebody who was shot at the door because of an intruder and had to be intervened, it's 20 times more likely that somebody who wasn't intruding, who was a family member or a neighbor or even a law enforcement agent, is going to be killed because of the firearm in that home. So that's another point. But being able to interact with each other and have a more social environment can alleviate so much stress, as opposed to being individualistic, that the rest of the country is now predominantly of that nature.
And Doctor, one more thing, if I may. I think that we have created this false narrative that having guns, small or large, is going to be our protection for ourselves and our families. But I'm wondering if there is research about if I own a gun and I see an intruder trying to get into my house or somehow threatening me, am I going to be really ready to shoot that person? You know, having a gun guarantees that I'm going to shoot that person, that I'm going to defend myself?
I'll put it more crassly. It guarantees you're likely to shoot somebody else that you didn't intend to, including a family member. I don't know why gun owners don't realize that. Of course, there are answers to that. I could throw one at you, and we discussed this last night. If you go online and look at the firearm industry, the firearm lobby, the firearm owners, and look at their videos and how they protect each other, they often use blatant lies. Blatant, total reversal of what I showed you will appear tonight somewhere on the internet among the gun supporters, I'll put it that way. It's incredible, because that's possible to do. You can create any data you want nowadays and post it. And the NRA, et cetera, are very good at that. I'm flabbergasted by the blatant, erroneous information.
Do we have another question for our panel members?
Just gonna follow that by saying that handguns actually has demonstrated that they increase the suicidal rate on those that owns it, and that's also part of the violence we have. I mean, if you have it available, then you know you're gonna use it. You're gonna get impulsive, and then you're definitely gonna use it.
Even long guns, obviously with the short guns, small guns, pistols, or revolvers. But even if you have a rifle at home because you're a hunter, your likelihood of killing yourself or taking your life or suiciding, the verb that's now being used, is significantly greater, significantly, multiple-fold greater.
Now, in one of the presentations, I believe that was Dr. Bleyer's, they mentioned that suicides it is much more common in women. Why do you think that is? Is it because more women are afraid of seeking mental health care? Anyone that wants to answer?
A female should answer that. It's not that suicide is more common among females, not at all. It's far more common in males, 4 times more likely on the average, maybe 5 even. But what I was trying to point out is it's becoming much more common in females, to the point where instead of being 5 times more likely a male would do it than a female, it's now 4 times, or going down 3 times more likely, including, and even more so here than the rest of Texas. But as far as being a female and suiciding, well, there's a long history, and psychologists can explain this, of the gesture rate in females, as opposed to actually, quote, committing suicide. So the psychology is different in terms of gesturing. It's far more common, and I think gesturing has attention getting help, trying to act out rather than do it verbally or with 988 or any of the services that are available. So the gesture is to get help because there's no other way to do it in so many cases. So I think the gesturing now is becoming more converted into a finality because you can do it with. Suicide doesn't occur without a mechanism.
And speaking of help, maybe Rose, you can help answer the following question. Do all kids that experience grief or trauma, do they all need therapy, or what determines who needs to go see a therapist, a psychologist?
Can you hear me? Well, everyone needs therapy. A mental check-in, mental check-in, all of us need that. Yes, for children, but also with grief. I think, what was the lady, Dr. Chuck? She did a wonderful presentation on explaining the grief, talking to children and being honest. And like she said, tell them that, they did die and this is what happened. Just communicating to your children, but also having, working in the community, having our youth peer groups, our children's groups, like we do at Big Mama Safe House, getting our children together, starting with an activity, but also really talking about not what's wrong with you, but what's happened to you, like trauma-informed care says, right? What has happened to you, and getting to the root of the problem. We've got to carry these conversations. And like you stated, I like that you said, which is true, our children and our youth don't want to socialize anymore. That's normal for them, and we've got to break that.
Yeah, I'll make a quick point, and I don't remember the source, the reference. Several years ago, the latest study on this showed that children in the middle of the night only have 0 or 1 person to call for help when they're suicidal. Most of them, no one. They do it online, of course, but they can't call them, they can't talk to them, they can't hear about them, see them, with them, physically and emotionally. It used to be 3 to 5 per night. The average child in the United States had 3 to 4 or 5 other people they could call for help in the middle of the night. Yeah, they may be using an old phone, but they could call for help. Now they don't have it. Even though they have multiple friends online, they actually aren't available to them in the middle of the night when they roll suicide.
Tengo una pregunta para usted, Marta. I have a question for you, Marta. You experienced a terrible tragedy. Can you tell us how important has family and friend support been throughout the years? And if you don't mind sharing, did you receive professional help? ¿Usted recibió algún tipo de ayuda profesional después de la trágica pérdida de su hija? Y platíquenos qué tan importante es el apoyo, pues, familiar o de los amigos cuando se sufre una pérdida así.
En principio buscaba apoyo y en casos diferentes de nuestra tragedia. A mí me ayudó a hablar de la tragedia, ayudar a otros víctimas de crimen que sobrevivieron, que están viviendo por los mismos journey como yo. Me recetaron medicina, pero eso no en mí, porque ya entre más de tratando de ayudarme, estaba viendo que me estaba afectando más. Y está bien para pedir ayuda. It's okay to ask for help. Y es lo que me ha estado ayudando a mí, hablando con profesionales, con otros madres, hermanas, otros que han ido por están pasando lo que estoy pasando. Hay unos días que los ponemos tristes, no les voy a echar mentiras, que al principio no quería vivir, me dolía mucho y yo decía, no lo voy a hacer, no lo voy a hacer, pero yo me miraba que gataba y luego me levantaba y caía. Y me gatea y yo le pedí a Dios que me ayudara, que me abriera las puertas, que me daba la fuerza a seguir para adelante. Y eso es lo que me está ayudando y tratamos de ayudarle a otras víctimas de crimen que no están solos. Por eso estamos para ayudarle, no es fácil. Y te decimos, un día sí, un día no. Es como si estás agarrando enfermedad que ya estás sintiendo, ¿me entiendes? Y como van las cosas así, cada día es lo que me estoy, ahí voy, de pasito a pasito, porque me había, yo antes era bien alegre, lloré, me alistaba como mi choriza, y luego caí, pero caí, y no me arreglaba, no me peinaba, no me miraba como yo me miraba, no me quería decir, ¿me entiendes? No querían, me golpeaban como si nosotros sentimos que nosotros hicimos el crimen y no, nosotros necesitamos el apoyo, la compasión. Y yo sé que todos tienen compasión, porque yo he visto que unos escogen a quién y otros que no, ¿me entiendes? Y eso me ha ayudado. Como ayer cuando me recibieron en el restaurante, me sentí bien con forma, porque con cariño, compasión, ¿me entiendes? No me sentí que me tienen para un lado. Y es lo que nosotros queremos, que los escuchen, que estén aquí por nosotros, que no los digan, que no digamos el nombre de nuestro querer, porque ellos van a estar con nosotros para siempre. Y eso me está ayudando un poquito y ser una advocate, ayudar y tratar de educar a otras personas que de comunidad, que aquí estamos unidos, porque nunca sabes, hoy yo, no sabes si mañana ustedes.
Thank you, Martha, for sharing your testimony. Dr. Bleyer, do you want to add something?
Actually, I wanted to follow up with Dr. Palacio on a possibility for Texas. About 10 years ago, the state of Oregon started what's called the Health Professional Wellness Program. Every physician, the nurse practitioner, NP, physician assistant, is allowed to have 8 psychiatric or psychology sessions per year at no charge. They can do it anonymously across the mountains to somebody in case they're worried about exposure, or they can do it in their neighborhood. But most physicians in the state are able to access this service. I've done it after my wife died 2 years and 1 month ago. I did 8 sessions and then I'm in my next set of 8, okay? And because I don't have to pay for it and I know the psychiatrist, in fact, he and I swim together. So, you know, friend psychiatrist. But it's amazing how effective this has helped burnout. And I think second victim syndrome could benefit this. And if we can do it in Oregon with state help, our state medical board helps pay for it. We have a foundation that as a charitable 501c3 receives funds from across the state. We are trying to add all the nurses, but we got 44,000 nurses and it's been difficult to add them with the budgeted psychiatrists, psychologists not being available. The nurses are needed more than we do now. I mean, the non-RNs. But I think the problem in terms of second victim syndrome could be assisted, and so could all the other issues. Like I told you, physicians or healthcare professionals are under more violence than any other profession. And yet we're the profession that doesn't want to admit we need the help. We should know better, blah, blah, blah.
Finally, my last question from my part, before I ask the audience if they have further questions. Maybe each one of you can briefly respond. How can the RGV, the Rio Grande Valley, help the rest of Texas and the US to reduce gun violence? Whoever wants to start.
We've been trying to do that all morning.
I'll start. I had mentioned earlier I asked you all a question about what does a CVI model look like? Very few of you raised your hands. So I encourage you to look at the CVI model. What does that stand for? I'm glad you asked. Community Violence Intervention Strategies that start within our communities. Building self-healing communities with our leaders in the communities that live in those communities. They know what's best for the community. Yes, we have outstanding doctors. Yes, we have outstanding police officers, but starting with our community. It's evidence-based. Go check it out. Look up cure violence and you'll see. But I say, I urge you to take action with that first step. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to add something? ¿Alguien más del público quiere alguna pregunta? Do we have a question over there? Question. You don't have a mic.
Yes, I have a question. I've lived in San Antonio for many, many years, and what I have observed by watching the news, reading the newspaper, is that the gun violence victims are usually brown. And so I think I heard that's from Big Mama's Safe House, that the victims are usually black or brown. And it kind of matches with what I've seen, but that doesn't seem to be what's going on here. And I was wondering if there's a reason for that.
With us, right, it's not I say it, how I'm gonna say it, the punishment. Because so many criminals, they take a lie and they just give them 2 years, they give them 5 years, they give them 10. And then they tell us that we need to understand that they get a second chance. Who gave our loved ones a second chance? So what happens is, like a copycat. Well, if I take a life, I'm gonna get 2 years like them, so they're taking life for granted. I don't know if you've seen it here in the Valley, like through these years, we had a victim that was shot asleep and they gave the criminal 2 years. They're giving them 5 years. And then they tell us, the victims, right, that we need to understand, because those criminals are behind bars, they have families out here that they need them. What about our loved ones? They were taking away, who's gonna bring our loved ones? And I say the punishments are not being given. And then there's red flags. We could prevent it, the red flags. If speak, don't let it happen. We educate about schools. What about educate? It could happen anywhere, even where I work at. We're all overwhelmed, even professionals. There's flags there. The leaders see it. It's okay, ask for help. You know what, my staff member needs help. How many have you asked, how are you doing? Oh, no, how are you doing? Are you doing okay? Not really, people ask me, like, are you doing okay? And there's flags. You might see somebody working with you for so many years, and then you see them, something's going around, something's happening, but nobody wants to say, because they want to be liked. But we always fight for, give them the punishment, the plea bargains, or they do the crime and they're out by the next day on bond. I don't think that's right. We could be the voice, and if I say, it's like us, you behave, don't do, you're doing wrong. Educate each other, educate them, you're hurting other people. You're hurting, how would you feel if somebody would hurt you? And control is like, you cannot control, because you could buy anywhere in the corner the weapons. And then last week I heard something about the ghost weapons, the guns. Did y'all hear about that? The ghost guns that don't have the serial number. So the ghosts, you see, and so more, these criminals are looking for more to see the more. No, if we stand up and say, yeah, no more, you're hurting, our generation, we're here for what's going on with the United States, we're here in the Valley too. That's why I say, what about when the criminals that took my Jolisa with me, am I gonna go to court and they're gonna tell them, here, go stay at the hotel and we'll see you, have a vacation? How do we feel? I say they need to hire the punishment and, set them, don't let them out, or they give them 25, they plead, oh, they did 5 times, they give them credit. And they go, I had one of the members, a criminal, did 12 years for murder. They let him out for good behavior. 6 months out, he took another life. I have another member that 150 reports it took until he took a life. Then they sentenced him because he took a life, but 150 reports. What happened there? He even assaulted an officer, and not even like that. He was let out again.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, and you tried to whisper an answer to me, so you get a chance.
I think in answer to your question, what I hear you asking is that why the higher increase in the city of San Antonio with the Black and Brown community versus the RGV 13, is that correct? So let me just speak on my perspective. So within the last couple of weeks in San Antonio, you've seen a handful of police officers that have been shot or killed, right? And you see the political side of it, right? So you've got, and I'm not, let me put a disclaimer out there. I'm not blaming anybody or pointing fingers, but I'm going to state the facts. So the mayor, or actually not the mayor, McManus, Chief McManus, what did he say? He said the DA's office, right? Remember that? He talked about, well, you know, they're letting these guys out, they're not serving any time. And then the DA Gonzalez came out and said what he said, right? So just look at that part. And what I mean to say is that we're advocating. It's important for us to advocate with our officials, our elected officials. Don't just take that position and not do anything about it. You know, this is election time's getting ready to come up again. So you're going to see them out there talking about it, but let's take some action. So all of this is going on, but what is really going on with our elected officials? That's where we need to advocate. We need our doctors to get out there. I don't know if you know Dr. Ronnie Stewart from the city of San Antonio. Amazing doctor. That man doesn't just do trauma surgery. He gets out there with our community, and he gets out there and advocates. He speaks for our community. That's what I'm talking about. Use your platform. You doctors have an awesome platform. Use it. Use it for our community and our elected officials, and let's make some movement. That way you won't see us advocating for our Black and Brown communities on how we have to fight to reduce the social determinants of health. That's my answer.
I'll add what I can, and I'll pick on Starr County again, I guess, in a way. I was told that several of the counties have justices of the peace rather than attorney generals or chief commissioners. So justices of the peace are elected, but not for the talent of authoritative management of violence. After all, the name is peace. Justice of peace. So maybe that is another option, is to be careful who is in the position to manage all that in the county. I don't know about Starr. Starr probably doesn't have that problem. But I do want to make some other, if you want to comment, I'll let you. Okay. This is a tough question, and it's been burning me for quite a long time. Why can't our society see what happens when a child is shot, when that bullet goes through their head if they're committing or doing suicide? Why can't we show what the parents and the family and even the neighbors and the police officers had to see? Why isn't our society able to show what really it looks like, so we have a better idea? I mean, the first question I was asked at the last forum was, the bullet now creates this incredible damage. It just spaces the brain out totally on a suicide. And I have several neighbors whose son or family member suicided. I've never seen the photograph. Yes, if I was in the ER, I would have, but by the time the police is allowed in, or the public or the news media, they've cleaned up, they take the body out, and you see the room, there may be blood on the floor, but you never see the actual happening. I think that would be, even though it's so awful, and it can be terrible depending on how you do it to the family, you gotta be very careful about that, but not to do it at all. And ignore what it looks like to the people who are suffering it now forever. Forever.
Do we have any more questions back there?
Yeah, I understand like what you were saying, and part of it is that the community does not get involved like we should and hold the elected officials accountable. Because it's like right now, the state of Texas just passed where they're gonna have a armed police officer in every school. But yes, what officer are we gonna have in the school? Is it an employee for the district? And then you gotta look at the district, because everything that happens in the district, like, let's say if a student brings a knife, a pocket knife, or something that can threaten somebody, is the district reporting it? Because sometimes the district does not want to report it because they do not want to show that that district is a violent district. But that does not help our community. Because a lot of times when you don't report it, people get the influence that, oh, the certain district is the highest district, the safe district in this area. And it's not really true. It's that you're not reporting what's happened and you're not dialoguing what could happen in the future with that student or other students. And you know, I like the issue that now we're gonna have police officers in these campuses, but we as parents or community advocates, we gotta make sure that we follow up and the superintendents are reporting everything that's happening, and that we can make sure that that this transpires for people know what's going on in our districts or in our communities. And you know, it's like San Antonio, it's a political, because a lot of times you want to defend somebody, but you know, really in reality, you're creating more problems because it's just getting worse and worse. And you know, that's my feel, you know.
Thank you for that. I had stated earlier in the presentation when I came out that it's important for us to get involved with the PTA meetings. I stated earlier that we're just now getting into elementary schools. That Be Smart presentation that you saw, that's what I'm bringing to schools. They allowed us to bring in gun locks. That's never happened before. So we get involved because we got involved with the meet and greet teacher night. I don't live in that neighborhood. I'm not a parent there, but where you don't invite me, I'm gonna invite myself. So you gotta be proactive and get in those tight places, and all you can do is speak about it, and then they say yes or no. But they said, Rose, that night you came with Big Mama Safe House, you put out the gun locks. We have so many parents that have called this office and they want more information. Hallelujah. That was an open door right there. So that's all we needed. So then they have feeder schools, and I'm like, invite them and tell them. And that's how it starts. Secure violence, it is contagious. We just need to make it happen.
We have time for a couple of more questions. Does anyone back there? Oh, you got it.
I have one. You know, one of the things I look at, like asking the right questions, and it surprising with the data. I love data because I know, and then I get some data and I'm like, wrong. It's, you know, kind of, we all come from our personal experience, that filter. So we know something was going really right, and then we've kind of looked at, there's a point when it started going the other direction. What questions, you know, kind of the wisdom of the crowds, what questions should we be asking, or like, where can we start? Like, you know, every police, you know, officer district is very involved in communities in the Rio Grande Valley. I mean, with memorial events for murder families that have experienced violence. So how can we truly be proactive and start? I guess is my question, as far as baseline answers. And then is there a certain group of individuals that we could just start asking questions? I think this was an amazing presentation for awareness. And again, sharing some of this data, because sometimes we think we know and we don't. Is that just a crazy question?
I got that. Oh, I was going to say, start with moms. They're in the room.
Hi, I'm Kate. I'm the other counselor, and I'm also a action member. We all need to register and get people registered to vote. There's 30 million eligible people in Texas to vote. If we want to see changes from what's happened to 2016, I've seen the laws get weaker and weaker. I lost my uncle to suicide. And I've tried to push for extreme risk and red flag laws. And I saw his body and I saw what happened. And I can tell people will laugh, people will do that. They have people that will vote for laws that weaken and make all of us less safe. We as all can register to vote, we can help other people get to vote, we can help people get there. If we want things to change, we have to raise our voices.
How old was your son?
That was my uncle.
Your uncle. Oh. A couple of thoughts. I would suggest that the RGV 13 or 15 or whatever you want to define as RGV organize a cross-county community-based effort so that you team up together and you use all of the mayors of the towns, the police officer, superintendents, and law enforcement, the commissioners of the district or of the county, and create a effort to figure out why things have gotten worse, but more importantly, why they got so much better too. And study the problem and get the UT RGV to help you, etc. I mean, I would do that. I would not leave this room without planning to have some coordination across the counties down here to form a new organization. And I sort of mentioned that earlier. The other one I want to recommend is Dad's Demand Action. Enough said about that one.
Thank you to each and every one of the speakers for today's event. Gracias a cada uno de ustedes. El trabajo que hacen en sus respectivos campos es admirable. We admire the work that you do and that continue doing, whether it be as health professionals, counselors, psychologists, or activists and moms. Thank you very much. Now it is time to present one more special guest that we have today, and that is State Representative Vikki Goodwin. Before she comes up here, I will tell you a little bit about her. She is currently serving her third term representing Texas House District 47 in Western Travis County, which includes the outskirts of Austin, Bee Cave, and parts of Lake Travis. In the 88th session, she was successful in passing a number of bills that serve her district and the state. To address safety issues, she passed Caddy's Act, which is a drowning prevention law, and the Natalia Cox Act, which is a violence prevention law. To address mental health needs, she passed a law that expands AccuDetox, and to ensure food security, she passed a law creating the Texas Food Security and Resiliency Council. Goodwin was a co-author of numerous other bills and a sponsor of a Cottage Food Act, which ran out of time and didn't get passed. Representative Goodwin is also a small business owner, a real estate broker, and a community leader. After graduating from the University of Texas with a BBA and the LBJ School of Public Affairs with a master's degree, Vikki remains in Austin, where she raised her children who are now grown. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, State Representative Vikki Goodwin.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Estrada, for allowing me to come here and speak at the end. You may be wondering, why is a state representative from the Austin area coming down here to speak to you? Well, so I've been in the legislature for 3 sessions now and have served on the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee all 3 sessions. That is the committee that reviews all the gun bills. Excuse me, it's also a very personal issue to me. So in 1990, my dad was shot and killed in our home in Dallas. We don't know who did it. So my dad was never able to go to my wedding, 1 or 2. He was never able to see my children born or graduate from college or any of that. And so it's a very personal issue to me as well. And I'm have learned so much here today. I really, if I could say one thing, I wish more elected officials were here to hear the stories, to hear the work being done, to hear the research, and to hear the doctor's perspective. I have a son who is a doctor now, and so all of this information is so beneficial. But I did want to share some positive news. I passed 4 bills this time. Thankfully, the governor signed them into law before he went on his veto streak. One of them does deal with violence prevention. I wanted to tell you a little bit about that bill. I had about 20 bills that were gun safety related, and I always say gun safety as opposed to gun control, so that it reminds people we're looking out for the safety of our children. I don't want to control your guns. I want children and families to be safe. But the one bill that I passed around violence prevention is called the Natalia Cox Act. Natalia Cox was a 21-year-old college student. She went to Houston Tillotson University, lived in an apartment in my district. She dated a man twice and then decided that she didn't want to go out with him anymore. But he came to her apartment and asked to be let in. She said no. He said, "I have a gun." And so then she called the police. The police showed up. He left. They filed a report, but that's as far as it went. 5 days later, he showed up again. He shot and killed her. So her parents and my staff and I brainstormed, what could we do to help people in similar situations? The bill that we passed, well, let me back up a moment. So the Austin police actually have a really good information card telling people the resources that they have, but they didn't give it to her in this situation because she didn't fall into the category of family violence and she didn't fall into the category of dating violence because they didn't have an ongoing relationship. And so we thought, how can we make sure the correct resources get into the hands of people that need them? So rather than leaving it just to law enforcement, we expanded it and said the Health and Human Services Commission needs to develop this resource statewide. Who are the organizations that can help people in this kind of situation? We need to let them know that they can get a protective order, and we need to let them know that they can exit a lease agreement. Now, Natalia Cox had tried to get out of her apartment and move, but the landlord was not, put too many hurdles up in front of her, said you have to reapply, pay an application fee and a new security deposit. So anyway, we want to make sure this information gets to people with all of the resources they need through either law enforcement or healthcare professionals or university personnel. Basically, anybody can download it from HHSC's website. And so we hope, and the family of Natalia Cox hope, that this will help prevent tragedies like hers. I also passed a law around mental health because so often people say mental health is one of the issues. And we certainly are dealing with a mental health crisis in Texas and the United States. So this bill expands access to just one treatment therapy called AccuDetox. It's been proven to be beneficial for reducing stress, anxiety, depression, PTSD. And we were able to get it passed because veterans organizations sent people to the Capitol to advocate for it. So those were a couple of wins. But my gun bills, unfortunately, we still have this hurdle of the NRA. I will be honest, it is the NRA that stops our bills from passing. We actually worked with DPS on one of my bills to close a small loophole around background checks, and that bill this time got out of committee but wasn't able to pass into law, and the NRA was really who blocked it. So I wholeheartedly agree with you in saying that we need to get more people to register to vote and to vote. I do think that will make the difference. Legislators listen when they feel like it's going to impact their stay in office. And that's what we've got to make sure they understand, that this issue will impact their time in office. The numbers of people joining groups like Moms Demand Action and Texas Gun Sense is growing because the tragedies are increasing. And I was really glad to see your research because it shows that more gun ownership is leading to more deaths. And that's the counter argument is what we have heard in the legislature so often is that we need more guns to prevent more deaths. And that is absolutely incorrect. And we've got to and we've got to keep showing that that's not correct. And I will end on one thing. We had a doctor come and testify to our committee in the legislature, and his testimony has been debunked over the years. I called him out. I got into a little bit of trouble for doing that. But I will call out those people who are telling lies, and we do need to have people like you, Dr. Bleyer, to come and tell the truth. So just keep up the good work that you're doing. I'm so glad, Dr. Estrada, that you put this together, and thank you for letting me wrap up.
Thank you for coming, for being here. I do want to ask a question about red flag laws, because the scenario you described could have been a red flag law or a high-risk exposure law, which a dozen or more states have and have been shown to be effective. Our state's still trying to make it work. Is that close to what you did, or can't we think about being able to have that person who came back 5 days later not have a gun because he was reported to a district judge or to a, that's red flag law?
So currently, yes, that if Natalia Cox had hired an attorney, gone to court, there are judges who do create orders saying that your gun needs to be taken away, but it's not done a lot throughout the state of Texas for a couple of reasons. One is the judges are concerned that about being too loud about that ability might be taken away from them. It's not done consistently throughout the state because there's not a process. And I actually filed a bill this time to have the state, Texas Court Administrator's Office to create a system. So let's say a judge does order someone's gun to be removed in a situation like Natalia Cox. Who removes it? How long? What forms are used? So we need somebody to create that process so that judges will do it. And we have, every session I've been in the legislature, someone has filed a bill around protective orders and extreme risk protective orders, but we just don't have, honestly, we don't have Republicans on board with that. But I'll keep working on it.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I had a quick question. I went to a gun violence summit there in Travis County. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you for the work that you do. The Office of Crime Prevention, you have that, right? Can you talk a little bit about that? We want that so bad in San Antonio.
I wish I could tell you more about it, but I will say that you mentioned the hospital intervention programs. My office is going to be working on that next session because we feel like the intervention programs are so important, and that's one area where we feel like we can get bipartisan support. And I know that there has been some money put towards those types of intervention programs. I don't have a lot of information about what Travis County is doing specifically, but we do recognize, and our judge, Andy Brown in Travis County, recognizes this is a huge issue, and we have some potential ways to address people that have been involved in violence, oftentimes then enact further violence. And so if we can stop that, whether they're in the hospital or what have you, then that can be a great potential. All right. Thank you again.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Well, this concludes our forum, Rio Grande Valley Gun Violence Prevention Forum. I would like to thank our wonderful speakers for their wisdom and their data and their thoughts and your challenges that have left us with to proceed on this cause. I would like to thank Juliet for a wonderful job, and please join me in thanking her. And I would like to invite you all to spread the word that this cause needs everybody's cooperation. The recording of this session is available in our website at www.texasdoctors.org.